Okay. All right, I'm here. Can you hear me, Tim?
Yes, I can.
Cool.
This is Rick. Voice check.
Yep, got you, Rick.
Okay.
Voice check. Can you hear me, Tim?
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Morning, Jim. David.
Hi there.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, good. Make sure everybody, okay. Can anybody hear me well?
Yes. Can
Okay.
hear you fine,
Yep.
Frank.
Yes, okay. Okay. Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Doing good.
Rick?
Good, Frank. How are you?
Yeah, I agree. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it must be hot down there, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. I've been able to get the last 5 shadow transits of
Oh, that
Saturn.
last Friday morning?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
saw those
the
charts.
shadow
Yeah.
transits
So, Gregory, where are you located?
in Sarasota, Florida.
I see.
Yeah.
I
Must
can't
be,
hear
yeah.
anybody.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear anybody.
Oh, you
Well,
can.
somebody should send a message to, I don't even know his first name.
That's Richard. He's-
Richard, and tell
Richard.
him that,
I guess
something's,
you can adjust the volume on the, not on the, on the audio set. Right.
Hey, Craig,
I
how are
can't
you?
hear
I
anybody.
haven't seen you in a while.
Afternoon, Greg. Yeah, it's hot here in Tampa too, by the way, for the rest of you.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Greg, are you Greg from Tampa, right?
Yep, Tampa.
Tampa.
Craig and Greg. They sound similar.
Good morning, Matt.
Tampa. So this is just further north of you, Gregory, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Tampa, yeah.
On the West Coast, yeah. It's about
He's-
an hour and a half drive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, depending on what part of town he's in.
Right. Well, 60 to 75 miles one way, pretty much. You know.
In my musician days, it was an hour and a half to Van Wezel.
Yeah. Yeah, about an hour and a half drive. Yeah.
Yeah, Gregory, those shadow transfers you took last Friday morning, I guess you were pretty lucky with the weather.
Yeah. It's been that way for all 5 of them, basically.
When I first started, the weather was kind of lousy. We had trouble with the clouds and all. But then towards sunrise, then the sea conditioning improved, and I was able to continue well into daylight. So surprisingly,
Yeah.
Saturn's not too. It came out pretty good. Even Titan itself was visible in daylight
Yeah,
using the red
yeah.
filter. And
Yeah.
I was
The one
surprised.
before July 2nd, I felt some drizzle and I packed it up really quick and threw everything in the garage, and then it started downpouring rain. The tripod got soaked,
Right, yeah.
the table and the chair. I didn't have time to bring everything in. I just brought in all the electronics.
And you left the tripod out there.
The camera, yeah, the stuff.
Yeah, I
that would be
remember
good.
reading that. Yeah.
Jeez, it's yeah. So I'm tenacious. I'll stay out all till the very end, till it starts to
yeah.
rain on me.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, let's hope
But
for the weather cooperates for August 3rd event.
Yeah, August 3rd. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, we're getting more and more into hurricane
it's too
season.
new.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Well, I try. Well, nice thing about Florida is the clouds move kind of quickly. So if you wait an hour or so, you'll get some degree of clearing, and then it'll
Yeah,
cloud
well,
up.
it moved
and
pretty
clear.
quickly, but those are like dense fog or ocean clouds, and they move pretty
Yeah.
quickly. Yeah, even up here too. Even up here, I get clouds from the Atlantic Ocean over Long Island, and it depends on the wind direction or something like that, and then you get like dense fog. It just appears, and you don't know if it's going to be overcast or it's going to clear the next minute.
Yeah.
But
it's really amazing. I mean, approximately every 2 weeks there's a shadow transit of Titan.
So, Frank, you're in Florida also?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Actually, okay, I'll be quiet now.
Yeah.
But
if there's anything-
paradoxically, it's cloudy out, but the scene is actually above average to good. You'll be surprised. The scintillation is not that bad on the planets. Jeez.
yeah, well, you get tropical weather down there, and you don't get a cold front like we have it up here. Got a cold front every other day, and then we get turbulent seeing. Then the next night was okay, and the following night, after the cold front goes by, you get the bad scene again.
Yeah. It's funny. The scene's not as good in the winter down here when it's clearer out, but in the summer when it's really hot and humid and there's always a haze or high clouds up, the seeing is better. It's amazing. The transparency isn't as good, but the transparency just gives you more noise, which you can always kind of, denoise and get rid of, but it is decreasing your resolution a little bit. But
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
All right, everybody.
I would take that over scintillation like this, because then you're really going to get lousy images.
All right, everybody. Hello.
Okay.
Tim here. How you doing?
Hey, Tim.
Good. It's now time to start the conference. I want to welcome everybody to day one of the 2025 ALPO virtual conference. My name is Tim Robertson, in case you don't know me. I host the Observer's Notebook podcast, and I'm also the coordinator of the training program and associate executive director of the ALPO. I want to thank Ken Pashedley, who's not here. He's flying across the world right now from his daughter's wedding in Italy, and Jim Tomney for their assistance in setting up this conference this year. Also, I want to thank all the presenters this year for the next 2 days. Thank you for taking your time and making this conference a success. I also want to say right now that please mute yourself during the conference if you're not speaking. If you don't mute yourself and it interrupts the conference, you will be placed in a Zoom timeout and you'll be unable to unmute yourself. So please be courteous to our speakers and keep yourself on mute for the duration of the conference. If you're currently watching on the YouTube channel, we have about 15 people over there on YouTube right now. Please hit the subscribe button and the thumbs up, and that way you'll never miss any further podcasts, because all of our podcasts go to our YouTube channel. And also broadcasts and videos on the YouTube channel. So if you're watching over there. Also, I sent out over 100 invites for the Zoom meeting for this conference.
There we go.
And I sent out over 100 invites for the Zoom meeting for this conference. And let me hang on here. Okay. And this Zoom room only holds 100. So if you try to get on and you can't, I highly recommend you head over to the YouTube channel and watch it there. It's a simulcast. You can chat over there. I will periodically be checking the chat to see who's asking questions along the way. So you won't be on an island alone on the YouTube channel. I will be watching. Again, please make sure you're muted for the conference. We'll be taking a break halfway through the paper session today. I'd recommend don't log off. It makes it easier for me if you don't log off. Otherwise, I got to bring everybody back on. So it's going to be about a 30-minute break in the middle. For those of us on the West Coast, it's lunchtime, and for those of you on the East Coast, it's a potty break. So we'll look at it that way. Following today's presentation, the ALPO board meeting will take place. There'll be a separate Zoom invitation sent out for that. I will try to send that out at the break today. If not, I'll send it out right after the paper session today. That's going to be sent out to all the ALPO staff. The day 2 Zoom will be sent out when we're done with this paper session today. So you'll get a brand new Zoom link for tomorrow. And then following tomorrow's paper session, we'll have our annual awards presentation, along with a keynote address by Dr. Paul Sutter. And this, again, will be a separate Zoom link. So each time we get together, that not a break of time, we'll have a Zoom link. Do we have any questions before we get started? No? Okay. So that'll bring up our first speaker for the day, Jim Tomney. Jim Tomney's love for astronomy dates back to the early 1960s, like many of us, I'm sure, when he got his little 60-millimeter refractor during the space race. And began his lifelong passion for the heavens. A member of the ALPO since 2002, Jim took on the role of assistant coordinator for the online section in 2020, where he has indexed and uploaded over 14,000 images and drawings to the ALPO galleries. He's also the principal driver of the reimagining and implementation of the revamped ALPO website. And personally, I think it's an excellent website. And we launched that last August, so it's been almost a year. Jim resides in Towson, Maryland, and works as a senior software contractor for SSA 3 days a week. He loves it when he can find time to roll out his 10-inch F6 Newtonian out of the garage for some observing. His talk today will be the ALPO design, digital section, website, webinars, and you. And it will focus on the website, talk about what we've done with it this year, some tips for using the website in case you haven't had a chance to use it, the digital section webinars, which we've held a few, and I'm sure Jim's going to talk a little bit about those, and a call for digital section volunteers. And now our first speaker, Jim Tomney.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. A lot of pressure here leading off, but hopefully I'll be up to the task. So yeah, basically I want to talk a little bit about the digital section, and you may say the digital section. And yeah, because originally we started off as the computer section, for those of you old timers who back in the day when PCs were all the rage and coming out in the 80s and so, there was software you could run on your PC. And so there was a lot of interest, you could generate ephemeruses and all sorts of things. So we started off as the computer section. Of course, the internet hit, and with that, social media and especially our website was launched. And so we kind of rebranded to the online section, and our focus shifted to especially the website. So this past year, I asked if we could rename and rebrand ourselves one more time as the digital section, hoping that that kind of encompasses everything digital, from website to even helping amateurs with their imaging, because so much of it nowadays has shifted from visual to this very important aspect of digital. So let's take a little bit about the website. As Tim said, it launched last August. A week or so ago, we had 225 registered users. I know that it's up from there. But basically with this website, you can go in and register, not just be a visitor necessarily. One of the nice things that we were able to do was to implement online payments through PayPal. That's been working pretty good. Our gallery is one of the biggest draws of the website. Got a lot of work to do here because we had thousands upon thousands of images in the old website, and it didn't make sense to try to wait to bring all of those over. So we originally ported about 12,000 over, and now we are up to 32,000 images in our galleries. We get people from all across the globe. Here is a snapshot of that. And you can see, except for the countries in white, we have had visitors from, all the continents and especially North America. The other big feature of our website is that it is now mobile friendly. So you can jump on and look at us through your phone or through your tablet. And that was really a critical thing for us to do in redoing this website, because fully 1/3 of the people visiting us are using a smart device or a pad. The other figure I'll throw out there, which I find kind of amazing, is that we have had 1,200 downloads of the various JALPOs, the journals, from the website on average for each quarter of second quarter 2025. Now, some of that may be robots and nonsense, but still that cannot attribute to all of that. So clearly, this is a great vehicle for delivering our journal to people. So, and as American Express is fond of saying, or they were, membership has its privileges. So how, if you join ALPO and you're a member on the website, you've registered for the website, how can that benefit you? Well, first of all, if you come in just as a visitor in the gallery, we do restrict, again, bandwidth issues, how much you can pull down. So you can see 40 of the most recent images in any gallery that you're visiting. If you register, we will bump that up to 175. But if you are an ALPO member, you're going to get 1,250, which really, I don't think we have any albums that exceed that in terms of the number of images in there. Of course, it may be a little bit slower loading if you have an album with that many images, or, over several hundred images. One pro tip in the gallery, you can always use the search bar here to look for something. So for example, if I wanted to see David Teskey's images, I could just type Teskey in here. It would filter down immediately to anything that has the word Teskey in any of these fields. And then you could sort by date, you could sort by file name. So, we have some limited sorting. I'm hoping to improve that and expand that as we go on. Continuing along this line, if you are not a member and you come in and go to the journals section, you will see up to the last year. So in other words, you will see summer of 2024 right now. You will not see what somebody who is a member and has logged in will see. If you're an ALPO member, you get to see all of the journals. One thing I will mention for those of you who don't like registering for websites and everything, and I get that, you still can access your journal through the website. When you get the email from us, you will have the link here. You will need to supply your email address that is registered with the ALPO along with your membership number. And once you do that, you'll be presented with this page that will again display the 4 most recent journals for you to download. And of course, the link here if you want to go look for older journals. I think we have journals back to 2010 so far. Another feature is on just about every page, you will see in the upper right-hand corner a My Account link. If you go there and you're a registered user, this is what you see. You have a little card with your information on it. You can click here on the Become a Member and immediately go to the forum online. And within 5 minutes, you can be an ALPO member. The one thing I will ask is if you have done a registration, then come over here and click the Notify Us, because this will send me an email to alert me that I have an ALPO member who is now registered for the website. And that means that I will need to associate your membership number with your website account. And once we do that, you get something that looks like a virtual ALPO card here on the right-hand side. And it will give you your membership number and also your approximate expiration date. As you know, we measure expiration by your journal. You can edit the information. However, one caution, at the moment, that does not flow back to Matt Will, our secretary. And so if you are like changing your address or something and you're getting hard copies of the journal, you really need to reach out to Matt and to let him know that you need a change of address. Again, I've already touched upon the Notify Us. That really helps get you set up quicker. So how do you register? When you come to the website, you will see a Login Register menu item. This will take you to this screen where I would strongly urge that you download the PDF that walks through with screenshots how to register. You will complete the form that you get with your email address. Microsoft, who is basically our authentication agent, will send you a verification code. You come back to the form, key in your verification code, create your password, and it'll ask you for your location. Remember your password. I cannot give you your password for security reasons. If you lose your password, you can reset it yourself. That may be a little challenging if you're not a computer savvy literate person, but I will help you with that if that occurs. Just reach out to me if you have trouble logging in. And again, the email address, if you register with one email address for the website and then you change to a different email address, you should probably let me know so that we can sync up the correct account. Otherwise, we had one individual this year where they did that and all of a sudden they lost all their membership privileges. Login issues. This is probably one of the more significant things that we've had occasionally, sporadically throughout the last year. My suggestions, if you hit a login issue where you can't get to the form, is clear the cache on your browser. That 95% of the time seems to solve it. Check it out and see if using a different browser or a different device is still giving you an issue, because if it is, that means there's something going on with that browser or potentially that device. If you happen to be using a virtual private network, I'd advise you turning it off when you attempt to log in if you're getting problems. And finally, if none of this works, please do reach out to me. We'll try to troubleshoot it. I have seen on a couple of occasions where I actually had to go in and restart the website to resolve the problem, but that is unusual. But I would want to hear about it if you're having a problem. This is our standard something went wrong or bug page, and bugs will happen for sure. So what happens when you get this? Well, you can, of course, try again. If you get it again, what you'll notice is at the bottom of every page, we have a footer, and there's a link here for Webmaster. And this will allow you to contact me. Use that link. It'll launch a form for you to send me an email. And please do tell me when it happened, approximately, and what you were trying to do, because then when I pull the logs, that'll give me a little bit more of a heads up in terms of zeroing in where the problem is. One other pro tip here. Pretty much anywhere you see our logo on the website, if you click on it, that will take you back to the home page. So what's next for the website? Well, obviously, as I've mentioned, we need to backfill material. I've got still tons of older images. We have some apparition reports to get out there. We certainly have a backlog of JALPO journals to make available online. So all of that's in the wings. As I mentioned, I'd like to make the galleries even more searchable than just beyond the name. We're thinking about maybe making it possible for you to flag your interest, like solar, Mars, whatever, online, and us to track that. Also considering allowing kind of how stealing a page from the BAA, where they have user albums. I'm thinking of allowing us to do the same sort of thing for major planets and solar observations. And of course, again, I'm a broken record here, but contact the webmaster if you have any additional thoughts about stuff that you would like to see on the website. So let's talk a little bit about the digital section and one of the things that we brought about this year, which is our webinars. So the objective is we want to cover a topic of interest to our members in a webinar that lasts about an hour. Only ALPO members, again, kind of in keeping with the benefit, are going to be able to attend via Zoom, where you can interact with the presenter, but everybody is welcome to view it on the YouTube channel, and all of them are recorded so that you can go back and replay them. And I especially want to give a big thank you to all the people who presented so far. We started off with a presentation about Lucky Stack Worker with Wilco Castelline, did a great job. We then had Gary Walker share some tips on how he processes his planetary images. I know I picked up some very useful tips from Gary in that one. We then had Greg and Frank do a daytime planetary imaging, and that was really interesting. I personally can't wait to give this a try in the fall when Mercury has its next elongation in the morning hours. And finally, just a few weeks ago, we had David and Howard do a very well-received overview of how to get started in hydrogen alpha observing of the sun. Gave some great tips. So what's next for webinars? We're going to try to continue to identify topics that could be of interest. Again, this is where you can have an impact. Make suggestions to webinars that you would like to see in the future. I'm going to try to have 4 to 6 of these a year if we can fit it in. We've done 4 already, so hopefully do maybe 1 or 2 here in the fall. All right, so the ALPO, like just about every other astronomy organization, is a volunteer effort. Nobody's getting paid for the work that they're doing. A key objective for this website to me remains providing updated content to make it look like I don't want it appearing that nobody's touched a page for a decade. We have to keep things refreshed, or else there's no reason for people to come visit. So that means news articles, calendar entries, uploading of images, section newsletters. And I want to give a shout out to Carl for his comet sections and Bob for his meteor. Both of those guys are always out there getting the content out for their comets and meteors section, and I do appreciate that. But I'm doing most of the bulk of the content here that you see, and so I really would like to avoid burnout, which will eventually creep up on me, I'm sure. So go on to the digital section and check for volunteer openings, and you can apply right online. You got to be a registered website user to apply, and some of these are going to require that you be an ALPO member as well. The two gentlemen in the corner here, I want to give again a shout out to them. Kevin has already picked up the ball in terms of providing news articles. He's already posted 2 in the last week. So that's a huge relief to me to have somebody else out there who's like in the evening looking and saying, you know, hey, this is an interesting article. I bet people that are in ALPO would love to read this. So finally, talking about a what if goal, a stretch goal for the digital section. Suppose, what would it look like if we could do, we have training for visual observing. What if we could help provide training for new imagers in the basics of lucky imaging? Maybe that would look like a quarterly webinar to demonstrate techniques, you know, major planet for one, solar for another, lunar for another, kind of hosted by people who are good at this. We could also maybe create a program where people download captures, and you know, we give them some training in terms of how to use online tools to process it. Maybe even, you know, hook them up with a mentor to help them with that, or maybe just a simple coaching model. But any of these are going to be dependent upon volunteers. So if you think this is a cool idea and this is something that the ALPO could really do to help with its membership and to help attract new members, we need volunteers. You know, let me know your interest. Not saying it's going to happen overnight, but if I can see that I've got a stable of people who are interested in helping to make this a reality, we will do that. And so that's pretty much my presentation. I thank you, and we'll open it up now to any feedback, questions, or even complaints about the website.
I have nothing but good things to say about what you've been doing. We wouldn't be doing a solar report without the help you've been giving us. So I'm a supporter.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's very good. The website and the journal are very good. You know, really good.
All right. Thank you, Stan. Yeah, so I'm serious about the volunteers. I mean, ALPO, you know, look across the line here. It's a lot of us guys older than 60 years old. So, you know, we need fresh blood here. You know, we want the next generation to step in and to start taking the reins from us. That's an important thing. And so you can take baby steps by getting involved with the digital section volunteer stuff.
That's a very good point. We do need fresh faces to help us out, because we are. I'm looking at these people on the screen. You know, it's we need some younger folks to help us out. We really do. And if you'd like to step up and help the organization, please contact me or Matt or Jim or anybody else that's on the board, and we will definitely take your assistance in any way we can. But
Absolutely.
we are ahead of time because I didn't talk that much at the beginning. Any other questions for Jim before we move on? All right, Jim.
I would just say further to my comments, people don't realize it, but when we do the solar report, there are hundreds, up to there's thousands of observations that have to be considered, observed, looked at, and put into the report in some way. And Jim handles this on a separate one drive off on the side, so I get to see all the files, and this is invaluable in getting the report done, getting it done well, which I'm doing right now, by the way.
Well, and that's what I love about the ALPO, Rick, is that there's a lot of collaboration that goes on, you know, and that's great. It really is, you know. And Rick approached me with his problem, and we worked together and figured out putting it out on a OneDrive would fit the bill. So, you know, I think that's another strength of the ALPO is the collaboration among us.
Plus, the OneDrive allows me to sift through the images more efficiently and quickly than going through the gallery. The gallery is a great place to look at an individual image or something happening that day. But the OneDrive lets me see the panoply of all the images that I turned in for that given period.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jim. Great talk.
Welcome.
Our next presentation is Frank Milletto. His talk is What's Up with Mercury in 2025. Frank's had an interest in astronomy since the age of 11. Here we go again with the Apollo program when he used a Tasco 4.5-inch reflector through the 70s. In 1980, he purchased a C8, which he still uses today. He started doing astrophotography and joined the Astronomical Society of Long Island in 1982. Then the AAVSO, IAPPP, and the ALPO in 1984. In 1997, Frank joined the world of CCD imaging and got interested in planetary imaging. Frank's been more active in the ALPO than any other national organization since the beginning of his career in astronomy. 2001, he became the Mercury coordinator for the ALPO. That same year, Frank received the 2001 Walter Haas Astronomy Award for the most outstanding contribution to astronomy, and we're going to be giving out that award again this year. In addition to his C8, he also has a Meade 10-inch LX200, several webcams for planetary imaging, and a quantum hydrogen alpha 0.6 angstrom solar filter. All these accessories have helped Frank further his planetary and solar studies of our solar system. And now, Frank, tell us what's going on with Mercury.
All right, thank you, Tim. Yeah. Oh, before I go any further, Tim, I just want to mention to you that yesterday the AOL mail was down, and I was kind of worried about it. I don't know whether or not if I'm going to receive the Zoom link for today's presentation. And luckily, as of late afternoon, all the email went up. Then finally, I got the Zoom link. The Zoom link. So if it would happen today, it would be a total different story. So,
yeah, apparently Starlink went down for like 6 hours yesterday as well. So anybody using that service?
Yeah, it was late afternoon. I was kind of worried. Oh my God, So I don't know if maybe I have to get the Zoom link in YouTube or something. I don't know if it came up.
You're here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Good thing it was yesterday instead of today. Yeah, okay. All right. It is nice to see everybody on the screen. I see a lot of familiar faces. But hopefully one time coming up, or 1 year or a couple of years, we all can meet together. I think the last time we met together was 2019. That was over 6 years ago. And of course, with the pandemic and something, and since then, we all meet online. That's a long time without having any personal meeting. Okay. Within the next 20 minutes, I'd be happy to present you my title of the talk, What's Up with Mercury 2025. Spare the share screen. Okay. Okay, did everybody see the screen? Yeah,
Yes.
everybody. Okay, good. All right. I just want to mention, yes, the title of the talk is What's Up with Mercury at 2025. Okay. I've been a Mercury coordinator for 24 years, I believe. And since that time, all I do is to collect, I observe Mercury myself, and I collect observation from the members to analyze it, report it to the journal. And is been doing that ever since. In between that, I have also a special observation of Mercury. But this presentation, we just talk about the general observation I'm receiving for the past year. Okay. I always talk to a lot of people, especially when we have a public outreach or a star party. I talk to many people, and I want to, at the point when it comes in the conversation, we talk about planets and all. And they always talk about Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. They are so well observed that that's all they're talking about. Very rarely they talk about Venus. Mercury, forget it. Nobody mentioned about Mercury. Well, I tell what I do with the ALPO. with a stamp for Association of Lunar and Planetary Observer. And I tried to try to tell them that, there is something to see if you know how to put it in a way that you can see Mercury easily. They have a large Dobsonian big telescope. It's hard to move around, and they're afraid to point the telescope too close to the sun. And there's always the houses in the way, trees in the way, buildings in the way. So, when you have a large telescope and you have a permanent pier, and it would be very, very hard to observe Mercury. Now, I have the same problem too. Around here, where I live, I have trees, building, and a house around, but I always observe Mercury in the daylight when it's high in the sky. Well, that's an additional way of present how to observe Mercury. So what I like to do is continue, and when I receive the observation of Mercury, sometimes I look at the map. This is the Measures Quick Map, and this is a full view of the surface, 360 degrees view of the surface. This was taken with different albedo, the colorations. You get able to bring out the feature a lot easier. Well, if you look at the map now, I mean, you have a lot of, they identify the craters, albedo features. So you see a lot of names there, so it gets a little bit overwhelmed. So if you want to see just the surface clearly, that's that the button on the side where you can take the name off, so you can able to see the surface clearly. Now, of course, look, all this bright spot, those are ray craters, So this is normally all the major features that can be seen in an amateur telescope, and that's what I would like to show you what we have seen for the past year. Okay, hit the close-up shot so you can able to see the details a little clearly, and you can able to identify some of the features, like this is one ray craters here, Kuiper, and another one, Ellerton, Debussy down here. So, you can zoom it in, you can see the details a little more clearly to identify what you've seen in the image that we take. So that's another nice way to recognize, what we saw. Okay, also Windows software. If you want to know what Mercury looked like at the day of observing, this is the place to go. Now, today, it's July 25th, exactly 17 hours and 45 minutes, which is about, maybe 15 minutes earlier. If you want to observe Mercury, this is what Mercury will look like. It's just a very, very thin crescent. I think it's going through the inferior conjunction within the next few days, and we're going into the morning sky. So you have all the tabs here: ephemeris, image caption, and options and graphic. But this is the graphic part, and you can see here, and you can choose anything that you want to, see Mercury with the grid line and so forth. Now, when I put this ephemeris button, then you have more information like elongations, light time, diameter, Dix diameter, or with the parent diameter, eliminating refraction, and as maximum phase and so forth. The visual magnitude, 3.4. Longitude of the sun, that the orbital longitude, and declination of the Earth, and declination of the sun, 0, 0. Well, Mercury axis is always straight. It doesn't tilt like other planets, so it's always 0. So the declination of the Earth depend on the orbital plane. Sometimes we see Mercury a little bit more for the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere. This case it's 11.6, so we see Mercury a little bit more on the northern hemisphere during the tilt of the orbit, not the axis. So on the left side, you have the right ascension and declination to plot in your plot the position where Mercury should appear the day of observing. Also, there's another software, Jet Propulsion Laboratory software, Horizon System. If you want to know exactly what Mercury is, so you put in your locations, and you have Mercury here, and you put the location of your position. I don't know, you can pick up the town, the nearest town, or you can plot in your latitude and longitude. of your position, and you have a time specification from one day to the next day, and so forth. So this is another software if you want to know exactly what Mercury is. So, okay. Okay, and I'm going to show you some observation for the past year. Some are very interesting. This one here, this was taken about a year ago, July 6th, a year ago. This was from Tim Hunter. He's a co-founder of the International Dark Side Association. So he observed Mercury one evening right after sunset. At that time, the Mercury had to cross over M44 open cluster in constellation Cancer. This was taken right after sunset, and you can see Mercury right here, and here's the star cluster against the background. Very rarely you see any deep sky object close to Mercury because it's
Frank,
always
excuse
taken.
me, the slide didn't change. We're still on Jet Propulsion Lab software.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. Did you see the screen here?
Yeah, now
Yeah,
I see.
That could be on your end, Greg, because mine changed when he started talking about it.
Oh,
Oh,
it
okay.
did.
Oh, but you didn't see the next slide, Greg.
You're good.
I'm seeing the Tim Hunter slide.
Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, okay, yeah, well, but anyway, hit Mercury in the center. You see all the telephone lines, and this is the cactus. They were taken in Arizona. I don't know what town this is. Yeah, from Arizona. So that's the cactus. Okay, anyway, as again, it's very rarely to see Mercury with the deep sky object. If the sky is dark enough, you can even see it because all we're taking images of Mercury during the bright twilight, after sunset or even before sunrise. So, okay, all right, it's a typical image that I took last September. It was a fat crescent. It was easily visible. I found it easily in the daylight. All the image that you see here is taken in daylight. I used a red filter, battered 610 nanometers, long pass red filter, helped to increase the contrast and helped to darken the background, and at the same time it helped to compensate the seeing conditions. So the red light here helps a little see the contrast on the surface a little more better than if you would use without it. And on the right side, it is wind Jupiter's simulator. This is the day that Mercury should appear on the day when I'm observing, and here it is, very similar to the details here. Now the next slide taken the very next day. Now the details seem to be a little bit clearer, and here's one particular dark feature right here and there. This is the double crater called Rashenov, if I pronounce it correctly. And the bright spot here is Naphtha Bacula. It's the mix of the
Rachmaninoff.
Right. Okay. Right.
Rachmaninoff, isn't it?
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'm very poor pronouncing names. So anyway, so it's easily visible at that time, and that the seeing condition was good, well above average. So when that's the case, you get a very good chance to capture some of the details on Mercury. So, okay, next. Now, in the second week of September, I was in California, in Anaheim, California, and one morning, my hotel window was facing toward east. And I woke up one morning before sunrise and I look at the window. Guess what I saw? Mercury, nice and beautiful behind the mountain. And I was able to take a shot and hit Mercury right over here, the little star here. And if you look carefully, it's another star here. It's star Regulus, Alpha Leonis, in the constellation Leo. So that's where it appears. That's about 45 minutes after, no, I'm sorry, 45 minutes before sunrise. And every morning, I got up early and watched Mercury rise. It's just beautiful. It's just coincident that my hotel window was facing east. And no, that's another observing report right there. Okay, then I continue. Tim Wilson of Jefferson, Missouri, sent image of Mercury. This is the evening apparition in October. So if it was very low in the southwest, and he managed to get a decent shots. And what you see here, at that time, Mercury appears as a gibbous face after superior conjunction. So you're able to detect a white feature here, which is the ray craters Kuiper right here, right there. This is the blur messenger of the image, and blur. In order to blur it like that, you're trying to degrade the image to equivalent to an amateur-sized telescope. So once you blur it, you can able to match almost the same as what he took through. And that's amazing. And this is the RI pass 742 nanometer. So the red filter is the must to do something like this. So that's quite a shot for poor elongation, evening elongation from our point of view. Here's another shot. This was taken in December. It's always rough because Mercury is very low in the southern sky usually in December. But I believe this is a decent shot. The scene was average, and it appears a gibbous face. And if you look carefully, you might detect some details here. This one here, I forgot what name it says here, but I may have in another slide coming up. And then the next slide, what we have here, December 27th, my image, and we have Gregory Shannon's image of Longboat, Keyboat, Florida. He took the image of Mercury also the next morning, and it's almost identically to my image, our image together. And this is the windshield stimulator. This is the day that what Mercury should appear through the telescope. So it's very, very strikingly similar to what we both image. I hit in that shot. They were taken last April, and also this is during the morning apparition, which is the best time to do it because you get seeing condition much more stable than if you were to take after sunset. So they were taken again in daylight. If you look carefully, I have captured the most prominent ray crater, Kuiper, right over here, and this is the simulator image, and this is the same thing that's there. And also the secondary one, that's a much smaller ray crater, able to capture also. Yeah. Now the next image, we have 3 people image Mercury the same morning. We have Clive Foster from Namibia, Africa. His image is right here, and he captures the ray craters here. And this is Gregory Shannon's image he captured also here. And you look at the time by UT, this is about maybe 5 hours, 6 hours later. And he captured this from earlier. And my image was taken about 3 hours later. And I captured the same thing. And here's the windshield simulator here. Look at it, all the strike is similar. They're very, very, very rarely we get simultaneous observation of Mercury by 3 people. That's quite an accomplishment. And I think I have never done that before. Very rarely we have something like this. This is quite amazing. All look the same, and we confirm one another in order to verify what we detect. And so this is quite amazing. The next one, Clyde Foster continued to image Mercury. You can able to see Kuiper ray craters here, and it matches very well, consistent one another. And this messenger image. Yeah, this was also taken last April. So he continued to see Mercury, and now it's half. Very rarely, when it gets too close to the terminator, the Kuiper ray crater starts to fade out. Yeah, so you can make it out very little whitish, but probably it's lost in the heavy shading of the terminator. So it's probably lost in the light here. So it's appeared right here. So still it's a very very good image. Okay, now during the same morning apparition, a few weeks later, Mercury turned to full because it's opposing to superior conjunction as it's on the far side of the sun. So when that happened, it appears full. So this is almost a full Mercury, and very rarely I have image of full Mercury, which is great in a way because Mercury's surface exposes much of the detail. Now, luckily, the scene was good, and all these white dots you see here, those are ray craters, okay? And this is the window simulator. What I did here, I degraded the image to the point with very similar resolution to a 10-inch telescope, and it looked strikingly identical. When all this spot here, all ray craters, and that you can see here, if you want to see this clearly, you can identify all this. So that's what it's showing. So between half and nearly full, Mercury exposed much of the surface, and you can see it much detailed as possible. When it's transient, sometimes a little hard to detect any detail because it's less surface visible toward the Earth. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Next is again Tim Wilson of Jefferson City, Missouri. He took some shot in June a month ago, and you can able to see some details here. Here, this is the blurry image of a messenger wind loopers, and you see the red filter and the filter 685 nanometers. So you can see some of the details, especially these ray craters here right along the limb, and sometimes you have a little limb effects right too close and you get a little bright, but you can able to detect that there's something there, and you're able to pick it up there. You had some details here. Yeah. So this is pretty good for the evening apparition. Very rarely you get good shots during the evening. Very rarely I get good shots in the evening apparition. I always shoot for the morning apparition. Okay, and now keep observing Mercury first. This is observing sheet, whatever, observe Mercury, you send this in. And if you ever want to travel somewhere very hot, Mercury is the best place to go. Who wants to go to Mercury? I do. Okay, so that's it. Okay.
No, thank you, Frank. We have
Hi.
we have
Does
time for
anybody have a
questions.
question?
Yeah, nice presentation, first of all. You made a point about, you're saying you got similar images. Three different people gave you similar images, right?
Very similar, yes.
Okay, all right. So and that was for the same time observation, right?
Well, nearly the same time.
Well, so what's surprising about that? You'd
well,
expect
because
that, right?
what the surprise is, because very rarely we get two people observing Mercury at the same time. That will help to.
No, I'm saying, okay, good, thank you. But if they do observe Mercury at the same time, then the two images will be similar, right?
Supposedly, yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that. But very nice
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed, very instructive.
Yes.
Oh, Frank, this is Jim Elka. Just wondering how long can you image
Jim.
sunrise?
What? Say it again, please, Jim.
How long can you image after sunrise before the atmosphere boils?
Oh, usually, I image Mercury right before the central meridian, at the highest point in the sky. Because unfortunately, I have a very poor horizon, so I have to wait when Mercury gets high in the sky. If you want to get the most out of Mercury, wait when it's high in the sky. No way the image you saw, no way you can get that quality image when it's very low in the sky.
That's what that reminded me. You said that you do your imaging in daylight.
Yes.
What? I mean, isn't that surprising? I mean, wouldn't you get it better at nighttime?
No. No, I cannot. No, I can't get anything like that. No.
Can I make a comment, Frank? Do you mind if I just comment?
Yeah. Somebody
Just
needs to
help
mute themselves.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to mute themselves.
Okay.
That may be for me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know.
Stan, up until about 15 years ago, nobody could see any detail on Mercury with amateur telescopes. And so I think the remarkable thing about having three people see the same features is that it's just trying to verify that we're seeing features on Mercury, because until a few years ago, we couldn't see any. And
Right. Yeah.
and Frank has at length developed daytime observing protocols with the help of some other competent observers that for the first time have been consistently revealing features on the surface of Mercury. And so, yes, it is daytime. And Frank has been observing Mars also in the daytime now with, I think, very good results.
Okay, I mean, you know more about it than I do. I mean, you see the stars better at night, right?
Um. That's. As, well, yes, yes. You see the sky better at night. Yes, maybe other planets like maybe Jupiter or Saturn or something like that. But there's certain time that it had to be done at daylight. The other morning, I imaged Saturn Titan shadow event, and it was during the morning twilight and well into the daylight hour, and I kept going, and I have the decent shots.
Well, I
You
should
know,
good.
I have
Well,
more. I have the total. No, total.
oh,
So
good.
Even Mars now during the daytime. I just did it just past a week or two. Now Mercury, Venus to all daylight.
Okay, good,
It's amazing that very rarely I use the telescope at night now. Even the
good.
sun,
Wow.
I do it. So Mercury Mercury has a high surface brightness, so it takes the high magnification very well, even at daylight. So.
Now, Richard Schmoody, you got a question? You're muted.
Oh.
Keep forgetting that. Very good talk, Frank.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Now,
Thank
the
you.
next step is to get brightness measurements, I think, of individual features on Mercury. I know Christophe Pellier has done some of this work with Uranus and Neptune. I talk about it in one of my, I think it's like in 22, I think, something like this. Of course, he came out with a really good book too about this. So that's the next step I see on this, is to maybe take an image of Mercury, let's just say in a V filter. You know, it's kind of similar to Johnson V filter, and actually start to get some photometric data. Now, these ray craters, are they getting brighter as the phase angle changes?
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
And I think that's the next step.
Yeah.
And that would be a fascinating thing to do.
I have a upcoming paper. I think Roger still have it. Still have to be edited. It's about preliminary study of Mercury's surface near the sunrise and the sunset limb, because you observe on a certain feature on the limb, you get Mercury on a different solar angle on one side than the even absences on the other side of the same feature to see
Yes.
whether or not if it's brighter or dimmer.
Yes.
Yes, especially right on the Terminator.
Mhm.
I have it's written up already, so I think Russia still has it. You have a picture, two images, one in the morning and one in the evening of the
Very good.
same feature on the surface, and see whether or not if there's any changes with the solar angle. Yes, that's probably part of photometric data there.
Thank you, Frank. Very good. Excellent.
Let me
Okay.
jump in for a second. If anyone's interested about the daytime imaging that Frank has talked about, again, I'll refer you back to the great webinar that Frank and Greg did for us a couple months ago. It's online on the ALPO YouTube channel. Definitely check it out. It explains the rationale for doing it, the advantage of doing it, along with Frank and Greg's tips of how to get started doing it. Frank, a great presentation as usual, Frank. Thank you. The messenger quick map that you showed, is that an online image or is that actually a downloadable image that you
Yeah,
have?
it's online. Yeah, if you Google map the messenger quick map, probably it will direct you to that link. if the people stay interested, I mean, I can post the link here on the chat box. So maybe
Well,
I
what
can.
I was going to suggest is coordinate with me after the conference and let's get it online in the resources section of the Mercury section.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That's a very useful map. I always use that if I have identified the features and all. And there are other maps too, but this one it has a little coloration, so it brings out better contrast, and so you can able to identify a lot easier than.
I'm always impressed how you can identify these objects. I mean, when I get the images for the gallery, it's like I have to wait for Frank to tell me what it is, So again, great job. Thanks, Frank.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah. Are there any other questions for Frank? No? Okay. Well, thanks, Frank. Good job.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. I just want to bounce over to YouTube real quick. Right now we have 12 people watching, and I want to thank everybody over there. And please, if you see a little thumbs up, hit that button, and also subscribe. Because if you subscribe and we go live with an event, you'll get automatic notification, be able to pop over there. Also, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but our podcasts now are video. So you can see our first one was done with myself and Bob Lunsford. And that over there, it's fun to watch to see us actually do the interview together. So they are not audio, and they're available audio still if that's how your mode for watching or listening to a podcast is. But now they're video as well. So, all right. Speaker number 3, Matt Will, my old friend. Matt joined the ALPO as a dues-paying member back in 1973. He served the ALPO Board of Directors since 1998. He's also been serving the ALPO as Membership Secretary and Treasurer since 2001 and the Corporate Secretary since 2004. His presentation today is the ALPO and its future. It's a presentation about the current state of the ALPO and its future. The presentation will cover the organization's original study model concept to a more sophisticated approach as a fully capable nonprofit organization. The underlying question for the ALPO will be, what is the role of the amateur astronomer today, and how can it sustain itself and grow? And that's the million-dollar question, and Matt's going to answer it for us today. Thanks, Matt. I think you're muted, Matt.
Thanks for reminding me.
No worries.
A little too conscientious. I have a very squeaky chair too, so that's why I always mute. This presentation was originally entitled ALPO and the ALPO endowment, but it really encompasses so much more than just merely the endowment, which I will speak at some length. Let's see, I guess I thought I had control of there we go. I think probably the ALPO annual meeting in Las Cruces in 1997, its 50th anniversary meeting, is as good a place as any to start. There was some gaiety associated with the occasion and of the 50th anniversary, as well as some somber talk about the last 50 years and the future of solar system astronomy. Back in 1997, the operations were rather simple. Observers reported observations to sections and programs, and these observing sections and programs analyzed observations and reported them to our hard copy journal. Since 1997, ALPO has grown in sophistication through though not necessarily paid members. ALPO has modernized its journal. The website has gone through more than one transformation, and blogs and social media have augmented traditional email conversations. Since 1997, and in that year, we were mainly getting almost exclusively all of our funding from public support. That is memberships and donations. In the intervening years, we've been able to capitalize a little bit more on revenue through advertising, the sale of back issues. And of course, the ALPO endowment now has sufficient capital to produce interest and dividends that can help supply funding for our operations while at the same time growing the endowment as well. But there are some questions that loom large here about the ALPO. I'll try to answer and cover. For all its virtues, can a study group concept sustain the ALPO indefinitely? Can we help in managing our observing sections and growing legions of observers? Can merely adapting new ways of communications grow our membership? Can we be do a more effective job of broadcasting our existence? And should we adapt more intellectual content to the journal and the website, or perhaps be more versatile and broader in our approaches to understanding solar system astronomy? These are just some of the questions in this presentation that I'll attempt to answer. Perhaps you'll raise more, give suggestions, or possible support. Just as a brief thumbnail, ALPO in its nascent years, I guess you could call them, or prenatal years, was just an informal study group of observers led by Walter H. Haas, the founder of ALPO. And then from 1947 onward, the creation of the ALPO led to, of course, simultaneously the creation of the Strolling Astronomer and observing sections and programs that were reported to that journal. And our expansion under that study group model expanded to 840 paid members by 1966. But as the study group model served ALPO well through the 1960s, membership began to fall off in the 1970s. And in the 1980s, there was a changing of the guard with Johnny Westfall, assuming Walter Haas' mantle as being the director of, well, everything, ALPO. Faced with this monumental responsibility, John sought advice from his wife, Beth. And Beth suggested, using her experience and having worked in and with the management of nonprofit corporations out in California, suggested using the nonprofit model as a way of keeping ALPO safe, stable, and growing. The nonprofit status would relieve the ALPO of possible income taxes and give it some legal definition or status. It would delegate shared responsibilities with administrative duties also by having actual corporate officers doing that, just that. It would encourage tax-exempt donations where individuals could cite the organization's nonprofit status on their individual tax returns. And also, it would allow more consistent guidance in managing volunteer staff. All this would put the ALPO on in the same position as AAVSO, IOTA, the Astronomical League, and the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, that had maintained this nonprofit status for many years. Officially, ALPO was incorporated in 1990. And coinciding with the 1990s, the ALPO and its sections and programs evolved in the digital revolution of the 1990s. We see amateurs doing digital imaging in the early 1990s. Email communications becomes the norm as even visual observers doing drawings send their observations on attached emails. And in 1995, we see the first edition of the ALPO website. And also, coordinators are using offline digital storage to manage their observations. And staff management expands as we go into the 21st century. We develop standing rules, guidelines, and a staff handbook assisting the staff in the cumbersome job of having to manage sections and programs. We see some sections that grow or that are added, and some that are withdrawn that show little or no observer interest. The ALPO journal changes in a big way going into the digital age. Beginning in 2001, we offer the journal both in hard copy and digital format. The digital format allows color to be used along with embedded links with embedded references with URL links for added research benefit. And of course, Ken Pashedley, as editor, assembles a dedicated staff doing peer review, and also employs the professional work of graphic designers to give the ALPO journal a finished look that looks professional, truly an academic document, that academic periodical that is written by amateurs for amateurs. With a more modern website, and Jim has already gone into this in quite a lot of detail, so I guess maybe I'll skip this slide, but I want to just give a shout out to Jim for the extraordinary work that he has done. He's done things that could only dream of a few years ago, and stuff like the observational databases, the public items, especially on the front, that give us a public-friendly face on our front page, the payment page, and the complete library of journals that will be reappearing shortly, and all the other elements that we've had on the website for the past 30 years to support observers. All this is gelled beautifully. In the way of communications, Ron May, our new communications section coordinator, has been advertising ALPO and Sky and Telescope magazine with encouraging results. We've seen a bump up in membership since we've increased our visibility in Sky and Telescope. Ron has great plans, which I'll go into in some detail at the board meeting this evening, about advertising ALPO at star parties and other public venues or amateur venues that will give us a bigger profile and make our presence known to the larger astronomical community. And really, what's key here is visibility and enticing amateurs and novices alike to actually become paid ALPO members. And the outreach section, which is really a culmination of a number of programs that have been put under one umbrella. The training program has been around since 1960, offers novices, of course, an opportunity to develop observing skills. And Tim does an excellent job at that. The podcast and the YouTube channel that are Tim's creation give us an outward face for the non-member and the novice out there, encouraging people to join. And we have a youth program that's based mainly on social media, and that's really where the youth are, and it has achieved some very interesting results with our networking across the educational sector. And of course, we're also employing the techniques of being a nonprofit, and that includes the creation of an endowment. Higher level of reporting, of course, goes along with managing higher sums of money and assets, along with to reporting to IRS and state agencies that we have to report to. And of course, better management techniques of those funds are always seeking, and I'm trying right now to reform our bookkeeping standards so that they'll be up to generally accepted accounting principles. And also, we are in the quest, like other sections of ALPO. We're also trying to get help from others, from other organizations, and anticipating future assistance that we might need later on. The ALPO endowment was created in 1997 with a seed money of initially only $5,000, which was provided from the Wilbur Smith Foundation. That was shepherded over by Jim Phillips of South Carolina, a longtime ALPO member. This is something that John Westfall and Elizabeth Westfall envisioned for the organization, and Jim helped kick it off. Over the years, extra funds from expanded memberships, direct donations, and charitable bequests have raised the endowment now to a value of close to $1.5 million. Most of the endowment is invested in low-risk instruments, with dividends and interest being split, half being invested back into the endowment to get it to grow, and half supporting operations such as the journal, and also our advertising and promotional campaigns that Ron is helping us out with. The eventual goal someday is to have the endowment large enough that it can eventually help support a physical central office for ALPO. In the meantime, we're also exploring other outreach opportunities that Ron May has really been exploring extensively to applying portions of the endowment proceeds that we get from the endowment to those kinds of operations. To oversee the management of the endowment, the ALPO Endowment Trust Fund Board of Trustees was created. John Betzel, our chairman, is at the top. We have Matt Benton to the upper left, and to the upper right, Ron Gaffron. Lower left, Larry Hardy, and lower right, of course, Ron May, who I talked about before. All these people have wide latitude of experience, either in the financial world, also, or with data management, or in some cases with educational management experiences. The trustees are charged with oversight of investing in the endowment and also promoting the goals sought from it. As the endowment has grown along with the complexities of the legal filings in recent years, we're addressing this with more refined accounting tools, and in anticipating greater reporting requirements, we will need people of even greater expertise to serve on our board, that also are serving on boards of other organizations. You could call it a cross-pollination, learning from the experiences of others in other organizations. The question is that you're probably wondering is the nonprofit model really about amateur astronomy, or is it some bureaucratic mess we are mired in? And the answer really is no, not if we meet the challenges ahead. The ALPO is an organization with a rich legacy and close to 80 years of observing history and records. The ALPO keeps modernizing itself, staying in step with the times, and that's the thing that really has impressed me, especially in recent years. And we have great capabilities with our staff that allow greater expansion, I think better group cohesion. And if you want a fun fact here, when I began as membership secretary in 2001, typically we would have 30 plus members dropping out that would never return. That number has dwindled down to maybe 10 or 11, so we're keeping a lot of our newer members now than we ever have before. We will take on additional responsibilities as we can under the all-volunteer mode when we are ready. Continuing on the all-volunteer mode has its limitations, but gives us certain advantages, especially in the tax world, and we want to hold on to that all-volunteer status as long as possible. While we have weighty responsibilities, the ALPO is on a pathway forward in managing its legacy, its mission, and its obligations in a mindful and thoughtful manner. So let's get back to the questions. For all its virtues, can the study group concept sustain the ALPO indefinitely? One amateur said that the ALPO journal is where Sky and Telescope leaves off. That is both a compliment and a curse in a way. Are novices and recreational astronomers even interested in our in-depth coverage of the solar system? Do we ramp them up with bridge topics or lighter fare like recreational astronomy for our own survival? Can merely adapting new ways of communicating grow our membership? We have had some good results with the ad campaign, with a more accommodating website, and with our outreach at different levels. Is this enough, or does the ALPO need to define itself further beyond the observing sections and programs? Should we adapt to more intellectual content or be more versatile and broader in our approaches in understanding astronomy? Creating content and an experience for potential observers is being done through the training program gratefully. But for those that just want to read the journal, can we entice them with more elemental content that serves stirs their interest. We did that once in the mid-90s with a bi-monthly publication called Through the Telescope that Beth Westfall produced. It ran for 2 years, I think was a critical success, and offered lighter fare topics about solar system astronomy. Maybe we should do something like that again. Can we find help in managing our observing sections and the growing legions of observers? Where will the next generation of staff come? Heck, heck with the next generation. We need help now. Well, I've answered questions with more questions, so I've done a really fantastic job there. But I think ALPO is continuing to evolve using state-of-the-art technology and newer approaches that give us more options for growth. And ALPO is using new techniques and communication and resources to be adaptable to the present and future membership. I think the ALPO is a wonderful platform for continuing solar system studies of all kinds. How we invite others to participate or indulge in what the ALPO has to offer will determine our sustainability. Our future is as bright and as open as the untraveled road ahead. And I thank you all for listening to this presentation, and for those of you that might be watching this out on our YouTube channel, I invite you to join ALPO at the rather simply stated URL of alpo-astronomy.org, and our memberships are as little as $22 per year for 4 issues of our digital journal. Thank you.
Very good, Matt. Open it up for questions.
Yeah, Matt. Yeah, very good. How many members we have now?
Well, as of today, we have 418 right now. I just put a new member on this morning.
Yeah, okay.
For the month of July, I think we've got, I may get the number wrong, but we've gotten 7 or 8 new members.
Okay. How would compare to last year? More or less?
More. When we started out in the fall doing our advertising campaign, we had about 370 members, so we've jumped up quite a bit. I guess doing the math, it's about 47, 48 new members since last fall. So in a good year, we can get 60 members annually. So we're about at, or I think we're actually going to probably exceed that number. In most years, we only get it in the low 40s.
Okay.
Is anyone submitting any sketches anymore now with the digital revolution?
I can take that and tell you yes. I mean, certainly in the solar section, we have people sending in images. I mean, sketches. I think especially of Paul Abel across the pond over in England does remarkable sketches of the planets. And of course, our own David Teskey has done literally, what, David, I think thousands of sketches of the sun. So, yep, sketches are still relevant and appreciated.
And on the lunar side, we have Robert Hayes and Alberto Annunziato sending in sketches monthly, or almost monthly, of the moon.
Do we ever go out to the professionals and ask them what things that they're interested in getting our assistance with? I know the AAVSO works closely with professionals, but how do we work with the professional astronomers?
A number of sections work closely with professionals. Of the Jupiter section, I know does, the Saturn section, Venus section. So there are programs that they're all associated with through NASA and other means.
Okay.
I don't know if Roger's online or not. I know he has gotten a lot of
On
requests.
Mars, there
Yeah.
is really no professional involvement because almost all science with Mars now is done from orbiting spacecraft.
Yeah.
And the professionals just don't care about images that are Earth-based.
Yeah.
It's similar in the solar section that they've got these stereo satellites watching the sun 24/7, and you've got other satellites like this. Oh dear, my memory for names is very bad. But the sun is watched 24/7, and with things
STO.
like this new, Inouye telescope,
Yeah.
you were really not needed in the original days of the solar section in the 1980s. Yeah, we had professionals using our data, but that just has dried up.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
volunteer at the Air and Space Museum in DC, and I mentioned the two organizations that I mentioned are the AAVSO and the ALPO for people to join.
Thanks.
Yeah. Also, I agree what Rick was saying. When I first became messenger Mercury coordinator, I was involved in quite a few professional experts on Mercury, and that was before the messenger spacecraft arrived at Mercury. And I've been in contact a lot of times. Now, after the messenger era, very few. It's just maybe just one person I contact with professional advice of Mercury. It's not what it used to be. Like I said, my earlier coordinator at the time, I'm involved with a lot of professionals because now they study the satellite data. When it comes to Mercury, they studied the satellite data from Mariner 10 and Messenger and upcoming spacecraft, such the Colombo, which I will going to talk about momentarily. Um, they all depending on the spacecraft. No, not images taken from Earth. No.
And with Mercury, there has also been a lot of people that have retired that worked with Mercury data. And I know I worked with them. I was one of them. And
Right,
so
yeah.
they're not active anymore.
Yeah, I'd like to address the question about our drawings still used too. As the coordinator of the training program, the goal of the training program is not to make everybody a great artist, is to make them a better observer. And if any of you have, I know a number of you have out there have done drawings of solar system objects. If you start not knowing anything and drawing a crater on the moon, and 6 months later you've been making drawings of that crater of the moon, your drawings have gotten better, but also your ability to observe the fine, minute details of that particular feature. So the goal of the training program is not to make you draw pretty pictures, it's to make you a better observer, which translate into a more valuable member of the Association of Lunar Planetary Observers.
Makes sense.
And what
Can I make a comment there,
Yeah, sure.
please, with regard to the value of amateur data to the professional movement around the world? My professor tells me that due to the amount of activity, the evolution of the equatorial zone on Saturn through 2024 and through to right now, amazing things are happening, that he has a proposal in for the James Webb Space Telescope and for Hubble to image Saturn late this year, and is relying on the amateur data of 2024 and through to today to come up with a major peer-reviewed paper on the evolution of the EZ on Saturn. So, I mean, this is happening. This is happening now. This is amateur data of value to the professional community. And I mean, even to the point of involving James Webb and Hubble.
with solar, we've been encouraging drawing, and we have one fellow who's doing this for catching white light solar flares. finding the very advanced groups, E and F groups on the sun, and observing them every 5 minutes or so, and looking
Just,
for changes.
I mean, just to be, if I'm curious though, I mean, a photograph would always be better than a drawing, right? Or wrong?
Wrong. In this case, when you're looking for white light flares, it requires being able to see detail, being able to see change, literally minute to minute. And it depends on how diligent you want to be. Go out every 20 minutes. You can go out every 5 minutes. You keep your telescope on the sun,
Well, why couldn't you
and
do
you
that
look
with
for the changes.
why couldn't you do that with a photograph?
Sure, you can. If you want 100 photographs to process for one day, and the photographs don't always show the detail that you can catch with your eye, because a lot of that detail is quite fleeting in terms of seeing. Daytime seeing is pretty rough.
Nighttime seeing is pretty rough.
Some of the
Well, not
solar
in Tucson.
photographers, the amateur photographers, take absolutely phenomenal pictures of the sun.
That's
I mean,
right, they do.
I'm not downplaying drawing. It's better than I could do. I would have a lot to learn. But
Yeah.
it just seems to me that X number of photographs are better than X number of drawings.
You do a drawing, and the drawing is done at the telescope at that moment. It is finished, completed. You do
But
an
you take a
image.
photograph, you take a photograph and you snap the photograph. It's
No,
completed.
it's not that easy. You've got to process it, and they
Well,
all have to be processed exactly the same way.
Well, it seems to me you can do that, right? With given the
Yeah, you can do
software
that.
and you
It's a matter of
set
how
up a
much time do
workflow.
you have. It's a matter of how much time do you have.
Well, no more time than to draw a picture.
No, when you draw the picture's done. You take
Yeah,
an image, you've got to go and process that image.
I mean, you take the photograph, you go to your computer, you run it through the software, you get in the swing of it, and you can surely be done processing in like 5 minutes. Am I right or am I completely wrong?
It depends on what you're looking for in the photograph and what software you're using to process it. It takes time, but it's not done when you walk away from the telescope. That's the point.
Right, it's done when you walk away from the computer.
Yeah, and that
All right.
could be quite a while later.
Sometimes when you walk away from the computer.
Right, right.
Yeah.
There's also to be said in terms of visual observation, the logarithmic response of the eye. I mean, when you're looking at Saturn and all the little moons around it, I think I get a much better view, and this is not really scientific, but a much better view visually than I am going to get with my imaging camera.
Okay, I'm skeptical that's really the case, but I mean, everything you're saying is fascinating to me, but I'm skeptical.
Stanley, I'll send you the handbook for the training program, and you can join us anytime.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be negative.
No.
No. Okay, no. Very good discussion. You people know a lot more about it than I do. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add to this conversation, this is going to really be out in left field, sort of, but in preparation for working with Tim on the training program back in 1994, I took 2 semesters of drawing theory, which is the furthest thing from science. But what that taught me, and what gets back to what Tim Robertson is also alluding to, is that it taught me to see as an artist. Therefore, I saw things very differently than you would just casually looking at something.
So
using the drawing techniques.
Where'd you take drawing theory? Like what department? Like a university?
It was an art department at a community college.
Okay. So you go to the art department, is what you
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
And the one thing, my personal observation, I think amateur astronomy could be getting this way too, is that, and this is a provocative statement to make, but you can get like NASA where you can collect a lot of data, but you'd never really look at it. You could have some gems in there that are missed, whereas an observer eyeballing something and sitting at the telescope is actually going to see and witness and put down on a drawing. I think Wayne Jaski is probably a great example of something that just about every imager missed, but because he processed his image very carefully, is able to bring out a cloud on the limb that was unusual and excited the professional community for a while. And hey, there's Wayne. So I'll give way to Wayne.
Good, thank you.
Let me, hello, everybody. Nice to
Wayne.
see many of you after all these years. And thank you, by the way, Matt, for that shout out on the work we did many years ago. And it does truly carry on, as Trevor said, to today. You know, there are still groups that are working with the pros. We're just not giving them anything to excite them like we have in the past. But, you know, some of the projects are. But actually, the reason I raised my hand was to sort of say what Rick and Stan were dancing around a little bit, the difference between a photograph and a picture. You have to understand, I think, the difference between what we do when we take a picture and and draw an image. Because, you know, one of our good friends, Carlos Hernandez, does a lot of wonderful drawings of the planets. And you know, he shows detail that I missed when I looked at it. But those pictures are an instant in time captured in your brain that you translate into a paper. The images we take are composites of thousands of frames taken over multiple minutes. So if you think about that, that blurring of time, even over just a minute and a half, will show you a macroscopic view of what the planet looked like in that period of time. But it may miss the, you know, those small details you would catch by watching it with your eye. And that's why, you know, we still go places and look at things with our own eyes, because it's never quite the same as what we see in the pictures. But anyway, I'll stop there. I don't want to get us off
Thank
time.
you
And thank you
very
all for the
I appreciate
conference.
that.
It's been fun.
Thank you,
Very
thank
good,
you, Wayne. Good discussion. Anybody else?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. When I thought being American coordinator, more than half of the observation I received was all drawings. Little by little, every year, it's getting less and less and more images every year. Now, for the past couple, 2-3 years, all images, no drawing, compared to my earlier coordination years. And it was basically all drawings, all crazy drawings. But quite a difference between, you know, my early years and today.
This could also be another effect of the graying of the ALPO, and that is our eyes aren't as good as they were when we were younger. And so it's more difficult. I can't do drawings like I used to at all. I can't see the detail, but I can image it.
Good point.
Love those
Good
digital cameras.
We know you do, Rick.
Yeah, well, you know, don't forget, not everybody can photograph, do the planetary imaging. Not everybody can do that.
Yeah.
So they do drawings. That's the way you learn by looking through the eyepiece.
But that's my point. My eyes, I can't do drawings anymore. I cannot see the detail in an eyepiece anymore. I haven't looked through an eyepiece in a long time. And the reason why is I have so many scars on my retina and things like that, that all I see are black things floating around. Not floaters, literally permanent black features.
I'm sorry to hear that. So, Rick, how did you get scars on your retina?
Huh?
How did you get scars on
my,
your retina?
My retina tore spontaneously several times.
Your retina, your right side retina has torn spontaneously.
Yes.
Wow.
As the eye ages, the vitreous humor turns into aqueous humor, and the bits of vitreous humor that are left over will pull on the retina, and this can pull it away from the backing of the eye. I forget what that's called, but it will cause a tear, and I've had several instances of this.
Wow.
And yeah, so my visual days at the eyepiece, those are gone. I can do it for a little fun once in a while. Look at the color of the moon during an eclipse or something, but detail is gone.
Okay, you have Rick, you have cataracts in both eyes too, or is it...
I had those taken care of, and
did your
anybody that has
astronomy...
cataracts, I highly recommend.
Did your
I highly
astronomy contribute?
recommend cataract surgery. It's
So
wonderful.
Rick, I'm asking Rick, has your astronomy work contributed to your visual problems?
You know, I've had people try to say that it's like exercise, any other exercise you do.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
You're
Probably
you're going into
delayed the
robot mode, Rick.
problems I had.
Yeah, Rick, you're
The
breaking
problems
up.
I had are just you know, because of my body. You know.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop this here.
So no, it did not. That was not.
You guys can continue the
Did not-
conversation, but we're going to take a break. We will reconvene at 1:15, and Mike Krakis will be giving a presentation. Very interesting presentation. I'm really looking forward to it. So we'll see you all in a quarter of an hour. You guys continue this. This chat will be open. The screen will be open, but we'll talk to you in about 40 minutes.
Thanks, Tim.
All right.
Rick, I've gone the other way, that my eyes are still fine, especially after getting the cataracts taken care of. But the physical process of sketching at the eyepiece has just become too much trouble because of I got the reading glasses and then gets the eyepiece and then being able to illuminate my sketch pad enough to be able to put it down there. And just a few years ago, it was like, no, I just can't do this anymore. I guess Rick bailed out, which is okay. But that's my story about sketching, is just the process. I can still see the stuff on Jupiter just as well as I ever did, but just the process of transferring it to the paper is just become too much labor.
You know, just to chime in on you a little bit, Greg, Craig, it's a similar thing, but I used to have a real hard time now with actually sketching at the eyepiece for deep sky objects, because I don't wear glasses when I'm looking through the eyepiece, but I need glasses on to sketch. And then I even tried to put a magnifying glass on my sketch pad so I didn't have to wear glasses to sketch. So it was a cumbersome activity for sure. So I can relate to where you're at for sure.
Yeah, I can relate to your comment, Mike. I did the same thing. I took my reading glasses and I punched out one of the lenses on one of the side, try to look through the eyepiece with that one, use the other, and no, that didn't work terribly well. But I can relate to your problem.
Yep, I tried that too. Got tired of
I
it.
think it's easier to sketch a sunspot or a lunar crater than it is, a little feature on a planet when it's scintillating like this and everything, and like you said, our eyes are getting older. We need glasses to look and all that. Yeah, it's just, I think digitally it gives you much better, resolution and image.
Yeah, for sure, Greg. Like I know some very dedicated visual sketchers. They love to sketch the
Yeah,
craters and the planets. But what I find out is sometimes those they've always commented that the visual features on a planet can be so fleeting that that they're not sure if they actually captured it or not.
Right,
And
yeah.
but by virtue of having an image, it confirms what they're sketching.
It confirms, yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I've got an essential tremor, so my hands shake too much to do anything digitally.
Well, the thing is that before the digital age, the only thing you had was sketching. So, and people were probably much better sketchers back then than they are now, because it was more of a necessity. They loved doing planetary. And so you got better naturally by keep sketching and sketching. But now people aren't really, doing any sketching, they're just imaging, and you can always tell how good the image is by zooming in, looking how square the pixels are, that they're not, elongated or football shaped and all that. So, I mean, it's gotten nice, fine science, the imaging and the software and everything. You know. Anybody use AstroSurface? Yeah, I mean, I've tried it. It works pretty good, but I kind of like. I think AutoStacker. It's much easier to use. You know.
See, that's where I've just become much too lazy. I don't want to climb those learning curves for doing the processing. So you guys go ahead. I'll look at your pictures.
Yeah.
There was a time when sketching was better than imaging, and that's primarily when we did photography. I think the big advantage of digital imaging over photography is not a single image, but rather the ease of stacking the images and
Right.
choosing those not only with the best whole image, but rather the best part of an image. And we actually, when we stack, we take the best part of a number of different images and choose them. And that was occasionally done with photographs, but rarely, because it was so labor intensive. And it just wasn't a useful tool because of that. And so back in the days of photography, visual observation was probably better than photography. But I think in this day and age, photography has actually surpassed most visual observation.
And now with WinJupos, where you can derotate, that is like on steroids, you know, because you could take a dozen, you know, videos, image best, and then align and stack each of them. That's what I'm doing now. And I mean, just I learned that from Chris Go's tutorials on YouTube. It was just amazing how much better it works when you know, derotate the images. And you can tell how good they are when you have a shadow transit too, because the circle, how well that comes out, you know. So you can always tell with a shadow transit how well your, you know, stack is, aligning and stacking, even when you derotate it. So I love the derotate. It takes a lot longer, but the end result is much, much better.
Completely agree, Greg. There's no question derotation is the way to go.
Oh
And
yeah.
and even if you really want to get fancy with it, and when WinJupos has came up with a significant upgrade about a year or so ago, that you can
Yeah.
actually rotate upwards of an hour's worth of data, which is staggering. I mean, I'm not sure why you'd really end up doing that, but
No, yeah.
wow, it's amazing what you can do now. So technology increases in reverse proportion than our eyesight does, which is probably pretty good for us
Yeah,
aging people.
that's the first big advancement was the webcams, you know, with this. You know, whoever thought of that was, like, in my opinion, equivalent to Galileo, who the telescope existed, but no one bothered turning it up to the stars and sketch the moon and the stars and stuff. And whoever would think of putting, you know, a webcam on a telescope and getting in, you know, video and then aligning and stacking that. That was, and now the new ZWO-QH planetary cameras have such fast frame rates. I mean, I get frame rates 200-300, you know, frames per second. So it's just amazing, you know. And then, like Roger said, you stack the best of those, 1/4, 1/2 if they're really good, and throw out the rest. Then you get that image, and then you take 10 of those and then derotate. It's just amazing what you can do today, you know.
I think these conversations are really good to have. Like just this,
Yeah,
we're basically having this like a coffee room
yeah.
conversation, and because we all
And
like
you look at
yeah,
images like from the Lick Observatory and Mount Palomar back in what, the 40s, 50s, 60s. I mean, our images are better of Jupiter and Saturn. I mean, they really are. If you look at our images now compared to what they were 50 years ago, I mean, they're better. And that was, you know, a 200-inch telescope taking that image of Jupiter. It looks grainy and terrible, and geez, you know, compared to what we have today with just a 10 foot 12, 14-inch scope. I mean, think about it. It's that just blows my mind.
No, I'm waiting for the technology to come more economical for adaptive optics for planetary.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a professional observatory uses that, and there was an image of, I think it was IO. Was it issued about a year ago, Greg? But it was outstandingly good and through adaptive optics. So can you imagine if you can have that more mainstream and affordable for us? I mean,
Craig McDougall said something I remember in an email. He said, what we're doing is adaptive optics in reverse, because we're taking the video and we're taking the best images when we had a moment of clear seeing and only aligning and stacking those.
Right.
So
right.
it is kind of doing it in reverse. He's right. You know, Craig, you
But
there?
it bothers me that we would want to use derotation for an hour or more, because
No,
well,
no,
it
I
depends
never,
on the
you
planet.
know.
But on Jupiter and Mars, there are features that really change. You know, clouds and dust storms will change on Mars within an hour, detectably. And on Jupiter, if you look at some of the videos people make in a single night, you'll see that there are really remarkable changes on a fine scale in some of the cloud bands on a matter of hours. So I
I
just
don't
don't
think
think that derotation that over a period of an hour or more is going to be
No, no, nobody. I belong to the HST Jupiter groups too, and 10 minutes I think's the most anyone ever does. Trevor doesn't do more than that. I mean, most people don't do more than 10 minutes or so of derotation. So within that time, it hasn't changed that much, you
I
know.
mean, Jupiter rotates so fast.
Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
It does. Yeah, yeah. You get blurring too, you know. You can't. I think 60 seconds is about the best, you know, for Jupiter. Can go maybe a little more for Saturn, but even that still. I've been going 75 seconds for Saturn for
Mm-hmm.
my shadow transit. So, and I've gone 90 seconds with the methane band. You
Mm.
know. Is Trevor here? Because he's a real expert on Saturn. No, he's not.
Ah, there he is.
Yes, well, for Saturn,
Yeah,
I go with my RGB. They're all 90-second captures.
90.
If I make a color image, I'm not really into making pretty images. I'm into being able to resolve small scale detail within the atmosphere of Saturn. And
Okay.
really, pretty images don't do that. If
Yeah.
infrared and methane do, the R channel, so my infrared 685 nanometer path filter. Well, I've got 742 and 807 nanometer IR, but my favorite is 685 nanometer beta. And so I do 6 90-second captures at 70 frames a second. I do them every 30 minutes, so they're
Yeah.
sent 30 minutes apart. Movement is always key to resolving small scale detail on Saturn.
Okay.
You know, the Saturn is not as rambunctious as Jupiter, and you've got to work hard to get small scale detail.
Yeah.
And I find this works for me. And in 30 minutes, when you blink images 30 minutes centered apart, you know, you pick up the small scale detail.
Wow.
Yeah, so my methane, so that's again 9 minutes, so 6 90-second
Yeah.
captures, 2 times binned at 20 frames a second. Always each 9 minute methane is centered 30 minutes apart.
Oh.
Again, that picks up the small scale detail. Actually, I uploaded to ALPO today. Stunning.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw
From the
it. They look
18th
really
of
nice.
July. showing amazing structure that's evolving within the EZ on Saturn. Amazing. I've never seen it previously. Consecutive, very bright and very dark features, angled back about 45 degrees. And what I uploaded an animation to ALPO, to HST Jupiter, BAA, and of course Augustine, a 3 hour animation,
Wow.
3 hours of data, of methane data and IR data, all centered 30 minutes apart. And the movement of the structure over 3 hours of rock and roll animation is stunning. What's happening now? That amazing stuff.
Yeah. Well, what is the advantage of? I have a 685 nanometer and a 610. I've seen the 642. Is there any advantage using 642 over 685? It doesn't.
One's a long pass filter, the other one's a band pass filter. So your 610 is cutting off at 610 nanometers. Everything above that, or everything below that, it's I'm sorry, above that, it's just cutting off. Whereas your 685 is focusing on the 685 hydrogen, or I'm sorry, near IR band. So that if you were to look at the spec sheets on those filters, you would see different. They would have different curves as to what they cut off versus what gets let through. So if you're looking for, like for example, dust on Mars, you want to look through the 685 filter. But if you have poor seeing and you want to get better overall red channel on Mars, you might use the long pass filter. There is some overlap, but at least on Mars and Jupiter, and certainly Trevor can talk to Saturn.
So the 610, the 610 goes into the infrared, right? And so does the 685. They're both long pass, right?
No, the 685 is more of a bandpass filter where it has a bandpass centered around 685 nanometers. I think it's like plus or minus 14 nanometers, but different filters will have different tolerances. For example, if you go to buy an H alpha filter, a methane band filter, it'll say it's either a 3 nanometer, a 5 nanometer, a 10 nanometer. That's the bandpass around the central wavelength that it allows through. Whereas a long pass filter is more of like a low pass or a high pass filter rather than a band pass filter. A long pass filter only cuts off on one end.
Okay.
Right.
Because I have beta for 610 and 685, so I'll check them.
Now, Wayne, isn't there a factor as well with the size of the scope you have? Because obviously you're getting a more opaque filter when you get into more of the push more into the infrared range for the bypasses. Because you need it's going to cut off some light, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because if you get into like a methane band filter with a 3 nanometer band pass, it's allowing through a very small amount of light at a wavelength that your telescope naturally does not pick up a lot of light at. This is very, very dim light. That's why you tend to use for long exposure photography. You take your you would use those narrow band, what they call narrow band filters, and do a 30-minute exposure through a 4 to 6 inch scope to get an H alpha image. Whereas we have the advantage with the much larger apertures of the 14 and 16 inch scopes that folks doing planetary use. It's still not a lot of light being let through. So if you have a 6 or an 8 inch scope, you might want to shy away from like a 685 nanometer band pass filter and use the 610 long pass filter, because you'll probably get better results on with a smaller aperture with a band pass filter, because you're getting more light onto the sensor.
Yeah, 100% agree. Not to mention there's a little loss of resolution when you start pushing into that further into the IR spectrum as well. So yeah, good points.
Yeah, I use the 610 when I'm imaging the shadow transits of Saturn, because I find if you use the 685, it's darker and there's a little bit more noise, and there's always a cloud and haze layer out there. And so I'm losing more light with the 685. and there's more noise because it's through clouds. And so the 610 gives the least noise and is brighter and lets in more light, which I want, given the observing conditions. So normally I like using the 685 with the 742, but I'll use the 610 because it lets in more light, and the weather conditions always hazy and kind of cloudy out at this time.
What size scope are you using them with?
10-inch. Need LX200 GPS. Yeah. I set up and dismantle every time. I don't have a permanent observatory, unfortunately. So
Good filters. So what type of camera are you using it with?
I use the ZWO, the 462 monochrome. Yeah. I always do one shot color. I don't like messing with all the RGB things and all that. So and you'll be surprised, the color now. Even Chris Go has said, in his videos, that the one shot color has gotten really, really good. He did, using the 462 MC and MM, and he did it RGB luminance, and then he did it, with the one shot color, and there wasn't that much difference. He was even kind of surprised,
I'm only gonna say one thing. I've known Chris for years, and his images and his knowledge and his teaching
Yeah.
and spectacular. And Chris has one thing that none of us have, is he always has the planets at exceptionally good altitude.
Yeah.
They are almost directly overhead. And since he doesn't have to look through all of that atmosphere like we do, I think he can probably do a one-shot color without any loss of resolution, at least in the visual bands relative to an RGB image.
Well, I'm at 27 degrees north latitude, so I'm pretty low too. He's at 10. I looked up where Cebu, Philippines is.
He's
It's
very
like
close
10
to the equator.
degrees. He's very
And also,
close.
don't forget, he's on an island, so you have a lot of laminar flow overhead that produces good seeing.
Yeah.
Florida, unfortunately, sits, like you were saying, I think I heard you say earlier, you have better seeing in the winter than the
No,
summer.
summer.
Than the winter. Yeah, it's the location of the jet stream. In the winter, the jet stream drifts down further south, and we have jet stream all year round up here at 40 degrees north. So literally, my observatory is about 40 degrees south of the 40-degree north line. So, we see jet stream go up and down, and sometimes we're above it, sometimes we're below it. But
we get jet stream sometimes too, but it doesn't hang around very long, just a few days. Oh, what state you at, Wayne?
Pennsylvania, near Philadelphia.
I'm originally from Rhode Island, so I'm around 42 degrees.
Yeah, I grew up in Connecticut, so
it's very cloudy
better
up
down
there.
here in the Mid-Atlantic, though.
Yeah, it's much cloudier on average over there too.
Well, we go months at a time here without getting. In fact, I think I only had 4 nights for Mars this whole apparition. Some of them were very good, but wasn't many.
I'm from Rhode Island originally myself, incidentally.
Oh, really? Oh, great. What part?
Pawtucket.
Pawtucket. Yeah, I lived in Warwick I was born in Providence, lived in Warwick. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so Rhode Island. Yeah, but it's amazing down here. We get these fronts that move in, and it's clear every single day, every single night. So I'm obsessive compulsive. So if it's clear, I got to observe. So I go out there and I'm observing imaging every night. And after about 5 nights in a row, I'm like, cloud up, because that way I have an excuse not to image. And then it clouds up. Then another front. So it's cloudy for 5 days. So then I'm jonesing and I'm saying, clear up. It's kind of funny, but at least you get a stretch of, and Craig can attest to that. We get nice stretches of really clear nights, which is really good, especially in the winter time. So it's kind of nice,
Hey, before they start back up, I did want to say something about Matt had mentioned many years ago. Me, along with a group of others, had found a strange cloud on Mars. I've never spoken to him in all these years, but Trevor Berry, I see sitting right in the middle of the screen. He was one of the 3 people I sent the original pictures to to say, hey, am I nuts? I think that might have even been the title of the email, to find out whether or not we saw it. It was Trevor Berry, Anthony Wesley, and Paul Max, and I sent the original pictures to before I sent them to anybody else to get their opinion on whether or not there was something there. And I think Trevor's response was, I have no idea what that is.
You sent them to me too.
Did I?
Yeah, you sent them to me, Wayne, and
That's right, Roger.
I published an article including them, about them actually.
Oh,
Since
yeah.
then,
Well, that
I've
was actually the
found
night
a
that I
few
took the
other
pictures. I
images
sent
of
them to Trevor.
Mars that showed high clouds. The article that was published by another astronomer on about your finding was mistaken in the height of the cloud. I'm not sure this is the venue that I should discuss that in, but I said it was at 105 kilometers, and that astronomer said it was 205 kilometers in altitude. And the difference is that I found the edge of the planet by using the diffraction effects at the edge of the planet, whereas he found the edge of the planet by using, quote, experienced amateurs, unquote. And there is a significant difference between the two, and my
Yeah.
finding, I'm certain, was more accurate than his.
Well, you know what? It's interesting. I always pegged the cloud of the cloud height at 120 miles. And so I think I was closer to you. Yeah, and of course, you had sent me a draft of your paper. And so I think when he said experienced amateurs, he was talking about Marc Delcroix and Chris, can't remember, Chris Pellier. They did those calculations, and I don't know if you've ever spoken to them about how they did the calculations. I think they found the edge using WIN-JUPOS rather than doing the diffraction. But
I think you're exactly right, and that's the problem.
yeah, I would go back and see in the paper and maybe just direct it to Augustine and see if he agrees. But yeah, I'd be curious. Now, I think from a practical point of view, 105 miles versus 205 miles doesn't really change the fact it's well beyond where the edge of our perceived opinion of Mars' atmosphere at the time, but it certainly makes a difference. I think when you evaluate the possibility that it could have been the result of some auroral activity in combination with something else. Because I've always contended that there was a comet that had passed by and broken up in Mars' vicinity not long before that discovery, and something may have brushed Mars' atmosphere or been better illuminated because it was over one of the few magnetically active spots on Mars. If you go back and look at the Mars Surveyor magnetic maps, there's a coincidence between where that was located and where Mars was most magnetically active. So
I note that, and the since your image was made, a few other images have shown a similar phenomenon, and I think that the observers who made those images, although they sent them to me and so on, I think one of them I published in the journal, just in a brief note. They were really unaware of the finding until I pointed it out to them. But I think that it's not, in other words, what I'm saying, it turns out that it's not a unique observation, and it's probably been overlooked in the past because people just think of it as they mistake it for poor alignment of their images or something like that, or some other artifact.
it's too easy to, especially now the way people, and unfortunately, I think there's too many people who use some AI assistants when they process their image to throw away what they don't expect to see. And that's why, I think, especially those who want to contribute in the citizen science aspect, think about like the way Trevor described it, a series of short, accurate images where you can compare one to the next accurately rather than, like a long exposure, derotated image. It's going to be a much prettier picture, but it's not necessarily going to bring out better detail than having a series of shorter exposure images that are faster to process, faster to capture, and of course they're taken over a shorter period of rotation. And so when you're dealing with Jupiter or something that has a fast rotation, although I've never heard it described as rambunctious before, well, I like Trevor's description. You tend to get a more accurate depiction of difficult to see features. For example, if there's a barge in the northern equatorial band that's only a couple hundred miles across, it's within the resolution on a night of good seeing with a well taken image to capture that little dark spot. But it's going to get lost in the noise of a derotated image. And if you have multiple images taken over a series of half an hour, you might see that dark spot move, whereas you might miss that in a static image. And you might catch it by eye too. That's another part to throw fuel on that fire if any of you get together and drink at any point.
Are you talking about Wayne's Cloud?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, Wayne Cloud. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was.
I have a video made by Mike Phillips of the Tharsis Montes clouds that I'll be showing tomorrow. And just right after that, I'll be showing a sequence of images by Frank Melillo of the same clouds. And in my mind, although the video is very impressive to watch, when you can gaze back and forth from one cloud to the other and compare their brightnesses from image to image and so on, as in Frank's sequence of images, to me it's much more educational. You get more out of that. And I think that the use of video can be overemphasized for this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was 2012 apparition. Yeah, first I thought it was with an artifact, but I noticed like a little pimple on the limb, and I didn't think of that. And until I heard from others that it's a high altitude cloud at that location, then I looked back at my image and yes, I did think it. So I wasn't aware of it at that time. So yeah, I mean, there was some kind of unusual. Yeah, but it's it's only seen on the morning limb, but not on the evening limb. I just wonder why. If it rotate to the evening limb, it's not there. Maybe the altitude change, the cloud altitude change. I don't know. I guess it was seen just one time.
That's the best thing when you image something and you're not sure if it's real or not. Then you get several simultaneous observations, and everyone has it. So now you know it's real. You know, that's a fantastic thing. I remember I forgot which apparition, but there was one apparition of Mars where you had a global dust storm and the whole thing was covered. I remember imaging that with the imaging source cameras before ZWO came out. This is going back at least a decade now, I think. But do you remember that, Roger? What apparition? That was so cool. It was
I remember a number of global dust storms.
Yeah, that was
2018. There was one great one that just covered the whole planet. It was just an orangey color. You saw no albedo features, and then slowly you saw them coming back. I mean, that was great. I remember that.
Not only that, yeah, that was 2018 apparition. Yeah, that was the dust storm right in the middle at that position time. If the naked eye, you know, it looked a little brighter because it got an extra brightness due to the reflection from the dust cloud. So it was like 0.2 magnitude brighter than normal. So it was like -3 magnitude. It was a little brighter than predicted. Yeah. So because they got an extra reflection from the dust clouds, and it's more yellowish color than orange. I've noticed that.
That's when I invested in an 850 filter.
Yeah, I have that filter too.
Made
Things
all the
are
difference.
Dark through that though, and you have a lot of that shot noise. It's kind of very noisy and dark.
And those of you who are interested in using animation to watch for interesting features, you know, as Saturn's ring plane angle expands over the next apparition, it will be favorably positioned to look for spokes. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the concept of Saturn's spokes or have tried to image them over the years. But it's fun. I think I got some many years ago. I'm sure Trevor's found some along the way.
Yeah.
The prevailing theory is they run they're easier to spot at low angle up to about 12 degrees, starting at about 8. And now that there's so many more people with good high speed equipment, a 742 nanometer filter is a very good filter for capturing Saturn's rings. I think I use the astronomic ones, and that'll give you a nice, bright, sharp picture of Saturn's rings, even in relatively poor seeing. Because the nice thing about those kind of filters is that you don't have as much scintillation at the higher wavelengths, and so you can kind of improve the seeing, but you're only going to get to see the rings in clarity. You're not going to get a lot of light through on the planet. So
Yeah, I have that filter.
Yeah, and also you use black and white camera to get the maximum contrast.
Right.
And
I tried that before the edge on a couple of years ago, but I don't think the seeing condition was that good. So I have never detected any spokes on the rings. I mean, I got to try it again in the next couple of years when it opened up a little bit, maybe on the better condition, because now it's Saturn's moving more northerly, as seen from the northern hemisphere, so maybe got better seeing, and perhaps you're going to have more images of the spokes, I guess.
Yeah.
I put
Has
an
anyone
article on Saturn spokes, some background information, kind of the history of them on my site. It's called astrophotos.space. If anybody wants to read it, I don't advertise what's on my site at all, so it's not something you would have come across easily. But I kind of made a compilation of all of the amateur sightings of spokes, as well as what I could put together on the papers from the Mariner and Voyager spacecrafts, as well as I don't think there were any.
What'd you say? Afterphoto dot.
Astrophotos.space. Here, I'll put it in the chat.
Astrophotos.space.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Checking it now.
Yeah.
Has anyone tried imaging Saturn in the ultraviolet? I remember the last year or so, I put that in the HST Jupiter groups, and we got dozens of emails. People were talking about it, and it actually does image in the UV. You'll be surprised, but I guess
the problem is just getting the light through, especially when if it's at low altitude where I'm at, it's hard to get much light through, as well as with the poor seeing, it's almost impossible to get a focus in the UV. So I even for I've gotten some good pictures of Venus in the UV, but what I've had to do is go out and pre-focus that filter the night before, and mark the spot on my focuser, or mark the reading on the focuser. It's an electronic focuser, and then just make sure. But with temperature changes and all, it's just so hard for me to get a good focus in the UV.
Yeah.
But down where you're at, we'll rely on you for it.
I regularly observe in W38A filter, but I have to use a broadband filter because of the small aperture of my telescope.
You know what I do, Wayne, to get a good focus on the planets is I miniaturize it to 50%. Instead of having it 100% on the screen, I go 50%, and then I focus it at 50. And you'll get a much tighter focus than if you go to 100. You'll see it'll look a lot better. And I always keep it at 50, even 33%, and focus at that. And then fire capture will capture it at 100%. But I always make it smaller to focus. Try that technique. I find it works really well for me.
I focus constantly throughout the course of the image, so I do it 100%. What I like to do though is use the fire capture feature that keeps the target locked in the center.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah,
that's very helpful. Yeah, I've tried going 200%, 100%. You're talking about like minor click. I've got with the Feather Touch focuser, so you might have one click one way or the other, but really. It's just a matter, it's all about the seeing. Just as Damien always says, it's all about seeing.
Do you ever focus on a moon of Mars, such as Titan? Often a star or any stellar thing, like a moon of Mars, is better for focusing than the surface of a planet.
With Jupiter, sometimes I'll focus on the moons. Usually, I like to focus on the most brightly lit limb. So if the morning limb is brightly lit, I'll try and minimize the distortion on that limb. And see usually because I'll sit at the I've got a fixed observatory and have two computers out there so I can process images while I'm capturing. And usually what I'll do is I'll take a test image in the IR because I know exactly what the offsets for my IR filter are to the other filters. And after I take that test image, I'll process that, I'll run it through Auto Stacker, no wavelets, and just, get a look at it and see a little bit about how it might sharpen up with a little bit of deconvolution. Because you can tell if you apply a little deconvolution and you get a nice sharp image, you've got, you're right in focus. But if you start applying deconvolution and it's not getting any clearer, you're probably out of focus or collimation. And so then, once I'm convinced I'm not out of collimation, that's where I'll use those test images to lock down the focus, and then hopefully it doesn't change too much. But I've got a pretty good curve built into my focuser for temperature changes, and I've had the same scope set up now for 16 years. So
I'm looking at your image. 2012 of that Mars cloud. Oh my God, looks like a little prominence coming off the sun. Wow. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. That is cool.
And I think I know I mentioned this to other people before. The first time I processed the image, I actually cropped it out. I said that's got to be a mistake, so I started cropping.
Yeah.
I had been exchanging emails with somebody in Chris Go's group, some of the scientists, and I was thinking, no, you can't just crop. You can't crop something out of the image. That's cheating. And so I left it in, and that's when I started put together the animation of multiple frames together and realized it was turning with the planet. And so it wasn't a dust mode. It wasn't it wasn't a dust spot. It wasn't an anomaly. It was something in the image. And
All right. We're back for the second half of day one. I just want to remind everybody that board members and staff should have received the board meeting link during the break. If you didn't, please let me know and I will send it out to you. And the day two link will be sent out following the paper session this afternoon. So, all right. Next up, speaker number 4, Mike Caracas, is a amateur planetary imager and an active member of the ALPO, the BAA, the RASC, committed to the citizen science initiatives. He regularly contributes to the ALPO Japan, PVOL. What is PVOL?
I think it's planetary virtual laboratory
Online
of some sort.
library.
There you go. Thanks, Mike.
Planetary virtual online laboratory.
I had 30 years with NASA. That's an acronym I never saw. All right. And the BAA for Pro-Am collaboration. He and his wife, Tammy, live in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And his presentation today is after imaging planets for almost a decade. Mike wasn't entirely pleased with the results and pondered why. Were there atmospheric conditions that were much better elsewhere? Perhaps it was his equipment or skill level. In this presentation, Mike will describe the reasons why he decided to pack up his gear and travel for the purpose of planetary imaging, logistical challenges, followed by the results and lessons learned. Take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Tim. Can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes, sir.
How about my cursor?
Yes, sir.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Good. Okay, folks, let me start off by the presentation by asking you a question. Don't worry, you don't have to put it in chat or anything because I already know the answer to it. But how satisfied are you with your local seeing conditions? And have you ever experienced 10 out of 10 seeing conditions? Tim is laughing because he knows. But so basically, if you're like me, you haven't experienced wonderful conditions. You're not very happy with your conditions at home. Maybe Greg in Florida is more happy than we are, but I'm certainly not. Well, then you really only have two options. You can stay where you are and diligently check your weather forecasts and make sure that you're ready and available for when there are good seeing conditions in the forecast. Or you can do something a bit more proactive and travel to a location with known excellent seeing conditions. Well, in December of 23, my wife Tammy and I traveled to the Caribbean to do just that. We opted out of our usual all-inclusive style of vacation, instead for me to fulfill the dream of imaging planets from a location with known excellent seeing conditions. But planning a trip like this is without a unique set of challenges. For example, well, you got to decide where to go, and then where to stay. Well, the world's a big place. And you have to decide what equipment to take, because we all know that planetary imaging requires aperture. And there's no way you're going to be able to pack a scope that size in your carry-on bag. So then you're going to be able to pack your gear if you do have to travel for airline and if we're to survive that journey. So I think it took me the better part of a year to work out these sort of challenges. And it's my hope that at the end of this presentation, I may just encourage some of you to consider a trip like this for yourself, because the results have been well worth the effort. Your first decision is going to be deciding where to go. To help you along, if you look at somewhere the best planetary images have been taken worldwide, that'll help narrow down your site selections. But first of all, you need to be at a place where the planets are at higher elevation. We talked a little bit about this during the break with Wayne and Greg. But yeah, the higher the planet is in the sky, the less atmosphere you're going to have to image through. So that's a bonus. And you need to also to be near an ocean, because when air travels across water for thousands of miles, it becomes very stable. And it's this stable laminar airflow is the primary factor to realizing superior seeing conditions. You also want, oh, there we go. You also want to be at a place where there's a minimal temperature gradient between daytime to nighttime images, because not only does a small temperature gradient improve the low-level turbulence, air turbulence, but it also has a beneficial factor of that your scopes are not don't have to cool down to that great degree. You could be imaging in a matter of minutes as opposed to hours when there's a large temperature gradient. And then when you tick the boxes and have all those three of the above items met, you have everything you need to experience some wonderful seeing conditions and take some great images. Another factor that you may decide where to go to in your destination for traveling is that the current planetary images, at least for North America, happen in the winter months, and that's just not a wonderful time to image planets. And take it from a Canadian, it is not fun to image planets in January at minus 25 degrees. So I would much rather travel and image in t-shirt and sandals as opposed to a winter parka and snow boots. So, but if you could combine then, like that winter vacation destination with planetary imaging, you have my definition of a slice of heaven. I mean, for planetary imagers, I think we all agree that is a slice of heaven. And for my wife and I, after we did a lot of research, we decided on the Caribbean island of Curacao to be the choice for us. Now, your choice may be different for your own reasons, which is absolutely fine. But for us, Curacao just seemed to tick all the right boxes. So just for orientation, like Curacao just lies just off the southern coast, northern coast of Venezuela, and is right beside Aruba. Now, traveling to the Caribbean is not exactly a new idea for planetary imaging. It's been documented before. Like the late Gene Drzesko has documented that as well as being a good place for stable seeing conditions. And of course, Damon Peach has been long champion going to the Caribbean. Barbados to be exact, and he's taken some wonderful images from there. So now you decided where to go, you have to decide on where to stay. The first thing you really need to do is get as much information as you can about your rental property. Hotel rooms will probably not do the job. You need to have a good sky exposure. So you want to get make good use of Google Maps and Google Earth and study its location, but not only its location, but what's around it as well, because that makes a big difference. For you to, when you predetermine your equipment setup location through your investigation, that has a lot of advantages for you, because you can then know your sky exposure to make sure that the sky is open enough in the area that you want to image the targets that you want to image. You also have to be cognizant about the lower down in the sky you are, chances are Polaris may not be visible to you. For example, in Curacao, Polaris is only 12 degrees in elevation. So I wasn't sure at all if I was going to be able to see Polaris at all from my location. Another bonus that you'll think that you should really consider doing is knowing the location of your electrical power outlets and what kind of voltage they are. A lot of the power outlets in the Caribbean is based on the European system. So that's something to keep in mind in terms of having an inverter. But if your power outlets that you have in your rental property are on the other side of the building from where your observing site is, you know you're going to be running out and buying an extension cord really fast, or you have to factor it into account and bring one along with you. It sounds like a minor thing, but it makes a big difference for us because all our equipment requires power to work. You also want to be aware of the surrounding buildings, roofs, structures, and so forth that may affect your air turbulence. We all know it's not a good idea to set up your telescope on pavement because you're going to get convective heat currents rising from the pavement. And you also want to avoid imaging planets over top of roof for that same reason. Another thing that you must consider, especially if you travel to the Caribbean, is that you should be aware if you have any fences or any kind of structures that you can either erect a windbreak from or seek shelter behind, because the easterly trade winds are wonderful because they bring that stable laminar airflow, but they are relentless and they will really be a challenge for you if you don't find some sort of a break from them, some seek shelter from them. So this is my challenge for packing for air travel. And if you decide to do a trip like this, you will have likely a similar situation. I had to fit everything you see on the image here into just 2 suitcases, 1 carry-on and 1 personal bag. The scope was going to be an oversized hard case. That was a given. But the mount was, because I ended up choosing to go with a harmonic drive mount, in particular a ZWO AM5 mount. It could be carried in a personal bag on the plane. That's just a godsend to have a mount that has such a great payload versus weight ratio. It's just been a wonderful thing. Matter of fact, when these things were first brought into mainstream, I knew I can make a trip like this possible. Otherwise, I didn't want to take a big, heavy mount with counterweight with me for sure. The tripod I chose was one that was rigid enough and had the weight capacity to suit my needs, as well as to be able to be, when fully collapsed down, fit into a standard 28-inch high suitcase. And not too many tripods meet that criteria. I ended up choosing an Avalon T110 tripod, and it worked really well. I also want to draw your attention to I have a pier extension on top of the tripod. By virtue of the compactness of the harmonic drive mounts, with the low elevation of where Polaris is going to be, and here you see exactly where Polaris is set up to be in my rec room before I made the trip. It's at 12 degrees, so that makes the counterweight get very, very close to hitting your tripod legs without having a pier extension. And the reason why I mentioned this to you at this point is that if you're pondering a trip like this, make sure you set up your equipment in exactly the same orientation you're going to have when you're there, so you don't have any unexpected surprises like your counterweight hitting your tripod legs, because that would have been a serious problem down there. And folks, just incidentally, I have not received any compensation from any of the manufacturers that I'm listed here. Decisions were mine and mine alone. Next for me came which scope I was going to take. I had 2 scope options that I considered to be doable for this trip. One was a C9.25 and one was a C11. The smaller case here was this Nook case made in Canada. Really excellent build quality, by the way. That held a C9.25 and with all accessories came in at exactly about 55 pounds. The larger Pelican case held the C11 with accessories came in at 70 pounds. The maximum allowable weight for airlines before an oversized piece of luggage becomes cargo is 70 pounds. I was cutting it way too close for that. And I did a quick check on some American airlines, for example, Delta, and I'm pretty sure that they have exactly the same sort of weight requirements. So something for you to keep in mind when you do your travel plans. So to make life easy for me, and this is the first trip I took of this type, I opted to use the lighter case, and I'm grateful that I did make that choice. So here's the final equipment selection that made my cut. Everything in blue here is in the checked luggage, and this piece of equipment that's in the red was in my carry-on bag. So I had the C9 recorder, my tripod, the pure extension, a 10-pound counterweight, a couple of guide scopes, and a zero-power finder, motorized focuser, always the must for planetary imaging, some spare cables on a power source, and a wind tarp. And I'm going to talk more about that in just a bit. And the carry-on, the mount, and ASI Air, because I thought I was going to have to do plate cell polar alignment then when I was down there. A couple of color and through monochrome video cameras, filters and a filter wheel, some eyepieces, Barlows, and a diagonal. Laptop and accessories, and of course, a sizable portable hard disk drive, because you can really fill up a hard drive pretty fast with the size of these video files. When you're considering packing for a trip like this, remember a little redundancy is a good thing, because pack for some duplicate items. It's highly likely when you travel to a destination like a Caribbean island, you're not going to find an astronomy store there. So in case something got damaged, or decided not to work for whatever reason, pack an extra one, and it'll just save you some, give you some peace of mind. So here's let's talk a little more about the wind that happens in the Caribbean, thanks to those easterly trade winds. You see my first setup here on the image on the left. Like, I knew there was going to be a wind there, and I also knew from doing research on the vacation property that there was a perimeter fence around the property, so I can put the wind tarp against the fence. So I set everything up here. I set the mount and scope as low as I can to be below the level of that wind tarp, and I thought it was just fine. But what I found out when I was starting to image that night is that wind was coming through this gap here between the vegetation here and the wind tarp, and it was basically coming and hitting the backside of the rental property and then buffering me from the back. And so much so that my telescope was vibrating like a tuning fork that night. I couldn't get any reasonable images for that entire night. So fortunately, there are some ample hardware stores in, again, Curacao. So we made a quick trip there, bought another tarp and some tie-down straps, and that seemed to do the job. So here's my imaging, the equipment set up, ready to go on the second night. In the image on the left, pay close attention to the scope position. I was imaging Jupiter at the time, and Jupiter, pardon me, was pretty much right at zenith. Now, you can't get a better sky position to image a planet than when it's directly overhead. And I wanted to give you an idea what kind of seeing conditions there were, and I just made a quick video. I didn't do anything fancy with this video. I just basically held my cell phone to it, and I took a little video of it. And I'm just trying to see how I can get this thing to play. Oh, it doesn't work for me that way. I'm going to try it this way. There we go. You can see that Cassini vision is really solidly held all the way around the planet, and it didn't go in and out of focus. So the seeing conditions were really, really quite good that night. I would estimate in about the 9 out of 10 range. So let's just take a look at the results of that first night. So here's the image taken of there, and it turned out really well, in my opinion. The moon of Europa was having a shadow transit at the time, and it was a lovely jet black bullet hole on the planet. There was some lovely detail within the equatorial belts and within the equatorial zone, including that really interesting festoon that showed some nice structure in this image. It was the kind of result that I was really hoping I was going to get to make this trip worthwhile, and so I was definitely pleased with this first result. A little bit later in that night, Io popped into view, and I wanted to, again, to show you, notice on the moon itself of Io, there's even some shadow detail that appeared on the moon. I was incredibly impressed with this because I was only using a C9 recorder scope. This is not a big aperture scope from a planetary imaging perspective at all. So to reveal that kind of detail on a moon like that, I was really quite thrilled. And in fact, I think the seeing improved a little bit that night because it looks like there's a little more structure in that festoon as it approaches to the central meridian of the planet. A couple nights later, I took the most detailed image of Jupiter that I've taken had in my entire trip there. Really, the seeing conditions were absolutely superb, and like wonderful detail in both of the equatorial belts. But I was really intrigued by this lovely little storm right here that appeared within this sort of elongated festoon. But there's two other features I wanted to draw your attention to here. One is this guy right here. So this right here, that's the North Temperate Band. And that's always been a very tough band for me to get any kind of resolution from at home, regardless I was using my C11 or not. And so I was impressed with that. But this particular band here was really the clincher for me. And this is the North Temperate Belt. And because of this, you can see that there's some really, really fine level of separation within the belt itself. And because of that, and the resolution, I had to believe that the scope was operating at its maximum optical resolving power. It was a true privilege to experience this, and something that I've never experienced to date since. So again, that's all thanks to those superior seeing conditions in Curacao. A little bit later on, a couple of days later, the Great Red Spot popped into view, and you could even see some shadow, some detail within the Great Red Spot, which is not something I've ever been able to accomplish before from back home. And then again, with a small size aperture scope, I was very impressed to capture that level of detail. Richard, I think I'm not sure if I should just wait for the presentation to end, or did you want to add something right now? No? Okay. Now, here's a sequence of images that so many of us have taken when we do images of Jupiter, the IR methane band and the luminous image. These were all taken on the same night. And the level of detail and resolution that I was able to capture in these easily surpassed anything that I can ever do from back home. And particularly with the methane band, we had a little discussion in the break regarding the how opaque a methane band can be, or really is. So to get some sort of resolution of detail with a small aperture scope using a methane band filter, I thought was quite an accomplishment, and I was really happy with this result. I also had a chance to image Saturn a couple of nights, and Saturn wasn't terribly high in the sky at the time. I think it was about 50 degrees or so in elevation. And just like many of you, I use just a single shot colored camera when I do luminous images. And the rule of thumb, whenever a planet is below 60 degrees or below, you really should employ the use of an atmospheric dispersion corrector. However, when I looked at it through the live view of the computer screen, I couldn't see any evidence of dispersion whatsoever. So I opted not to use it. I don't think the image suffered at all with it. Now, Rhea is at the moon. Rhea is at the upper left, and Dion's at the bottom right. But what really impressed me again, and something I have never done again, this is another Curacao first. I was able to image transit of the moon as well as its shadow across Saturn, and this is the moon Tethys and its shadow there. Again, wonderful conditions, and what it's amazing what a scope can do when you have a really good set of seeing conditions to deal with. This is, I want to share some lessons learned from my trip. The image on the left is the one taken with a C14 by my friend Eric Sossenbach, who's lucky enough to image, or pardon me, to live on Curacao. So Eric's a wonderfully talented imager and just a super guy. So he allowed me to use this image with this presentation. Now, when you start looking at the detail within the C14 image, there's a lot of fine resolution and detail, and which only makes sense, really. Now, the image on the right is when I took with seen on a quarter on the same night, only about 10 minutes or so apart, so identical seeing conditions. If you were to look at image features of the C14 and compare it with the seen on a quarter, you'll still see many of those same features, just not resolved at that same same degree, which only makes sense. A larger aperture scope will always resolve finer detail. But the reason why I'm showing this image comparison to you is that don't despair if you can't bring a larger scope with you in your travels, because the performance of a humble scope like a C8 or even in my case C9 1/4 definitely exceeded my expectations when the scene conditions allowed them to perform at their very best. So why go through all this bother of traveling for planetary imaging? Well, I couldn't think of a better comparison set of images than these two. The one on the left is the best image I could take of Jupiter at the time with the C9 1/4, same scope I took to Curacao. And then the image on the right is the best image in terms of detail that I was able to capture with the same scope in Curacao. I was initially very impressed with the image I took from back home, but it really feels to compare it to the image that is possible with superb seeing conditions. It's almost like I took a veil off the image on the left to reveal the kind of detail that's visible with the image on the right. I was completely blown away by that. So, yeah, that comparison really hit home and made me so happy I made the trip. So, just some final thoughts I want to share with you folks before I conclude the presentation. Like for me, main driving force behind this trip was to experience these excellent seeing conditions firsthand, because when I was able to do so, I would have a level playing field to compare my images against others with exactly the same seeing conditions. I always found that seeing conditions on a scale of 1 to 10 is it's a little bit arbitrary. It's really hard to make that distinction of what the quality of if your seeing conditions are really at a 8 out of 10, or if they're at a 10 out of 10 or whatever. But when you're at a location with known seeing conditions that are excellent, you compare those images against others worldwide, including Eric, who is imaging under those exact same conditions as I was. And this side-by-side comparison served as a very important step for me in my development as a planetary imager, because it validated my techniques and my workflow. And that added a lot of a bonus for me. And this validation was absolutely priceless in my development. And so folks, I thank you very much for your time. And I hope I at least whetted your appetites a little bit to consider a trip like this sometime in the future for yourself. Thank you very much.
Those last two images where you took it from home and then you took it from Curacao, that really summarized very nicely the thesis of your presentation.
Thank you, Stan. I appreciate that. I thought the same thing.
So, I mean, your images were brilliant. They're beautiful. I mean, nowadays with flybys or whatever, does it put all of that, like, minimize its importance, or what? You understand the question?
No, actually, I think Trevor hit the nail on the head when he talked about Saturn. Like, for example, we have the Juno spacecraft orbiting Jupiter right now, and there were times where that the way the orbit of the spacecraft is, it needs to be supplement. The images there need to be supplemented by amateurs. You know how their pair group orbits are. Sometimes they move their imaging camera away. For example, if they're closer to one of the moons, and then there's a call out and a demand to have images of Jupiter taken to fill in the gaps. Basically, what was missing with the probe. So there still is a value for sure.
Okay, good. Well, that's great. Okay, fantastic presentation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mike, excellent presentation. I just got the two questions when you show your image of Jupiter in maintain light, what the bandpass of that filter?
Well, that was, I think it's an 890. It's a chroma Jovian filter. So it's probably the best filter you can get on the market. It has the highest rate of light transmission.
Okay.
So I did break the bank on that filter, Frank, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's if I remember correctly, I think it's 20 nanometers wide.
Oh, geez. I'd have to look at the specs on
I
that.
think it's 18. I think it's
18?
18.
Okay.
I have that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Mike, do you use the ADC, that atmospheric diffraction corrector?
I do from back home, because in Winnipeg here, I mean, planets are lower because I'm fairly far north at 50 degrees north. But in Curacao, I didn't have to worry about it at all.
Because I
Like,
never use it. I bought one. I tried using it. I didn't see any advantage from my location. So
no,
I never.
you're blessed, Greg. You're blessed being there for sure. You have a lot of a location that many of us envy for sure.
Mike,
Yes, sir.
first off, I appreciate the images that you have posted on the internet. I've used them in my Jupiter report. One question, I guess I kind of answered it. You took your images in 2023, right? I want to just confirm that.
That's right. It was December of 23 for those
And
ones of this one. Yeah.
one thing I noticed in your December 9th image, you imaged a feature, I think it was about 60 degrees south. It shows red color, and I have never seen the red color in any of the images I've looked at. I've looked at many, many images of that storm. So I want to congratulate you on that. And I want to follow up, see if I can get that December 9th image.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Richard. I'm gonna, now you mentioned, I just wrote that down so I can check my my images myself, just to have a look at that particular feature.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike, it's another thing I would mention. No, I know you traveled down, those little islands there. Although a lot of Europeans observers did exactly what you did. It's like Damian Peach went down to Barbados and took image of Jupiter and Mars too. It got like a similar result like you have, because from the British island, from where they are, they're way up north in latitude. I think it's more comparable to your latitude in Canada, and they
Further
can
north.
did the same, yeah, did the same thing when they're down to Barbados, and and take images very similar to what you did. That's quite amazing. But a big difference, though.
Well, thank you, Frank, and I appreciate the comparison because, well, for the record, I can't hold a candle to Damien Peach for sure, but his images are absolutely outstanding. And matter of fact, I really should have a little shout out to Damien because he did give me some guidance when I started to plan this trip. So I did appreciate what he did for me for sure.
Yeah.
I want to note in the chat that that Jim Tomey suggests that our 2026 conference be in Curacao. So
I'm there.
I've been to Curacao. I love the island. It's beautiful. It's actually yes, very very nice, Mike.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, our next speaker, Dave Teskey. Dave has been the coordinator of the ALPO Lunar Topographic Studies section for about 6 years now. He's a retired public school teacher, science teacher, and has won awards for his science teaching. Lifelong astronomer, specializing in lunar and solar observation as well as outreach. He has presented untold numbers of shows at planetariums, observatories, nature centers, at his native Minnesota and Mississippi. He currently lives in very rural Mississippi with his wife Patricia, a Chihuahua, and 5 cats. Recently, he finished his 10,000th daily solar drawing made since the late 70s.
Wow.
He sends those drawings and sunspot numbers to the ALPO, the AAVSO, the BAA, and the SILSO, the Belgian Royal Observatory. Another acronym I never heard. This is a first for me. All right, today's presentation will feature the activities of the Lunar Topographic section. For the past year, it's been very busy. Guidelines for submitting lunar observations will be introduced, and a brief tour of Mar, Australia, will conclude this program. Take it away, David. I think you're muted. You're muted, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me go back. I've always been interested in the moon, and like many of you, it probably started back in the Apollo days. My interest in the moon kept going, And occasionally I contributed observations to Wayne Bailey, who at the time was the editor of the monthly ALPO newsletter called the Lunar Observer. In 2019, when Wayne Bailey retired, I was asked to take over the helm of the ALPO Lunar Topographic section. So yes, I've been at this for 6 years. The past year has been an especially active one for our section. And this is the slide I'm most proud of right here of the entire slideshow that I give you. Over the past year, we've had at least 80 different observers from 22 countries contribute 1,086 observations to the moon. And these observations were usually in the form of digital images, but some were drawings, some were digitized film images, and some written observations. And these were all published in the newsletter, the Lunar Observer TLO. At this time, the TLO produced 1,099 pages of lunar observations in the past year. On those pages, there were 111 articles, and these articles ranged in length from 1 page to about 80 pages in length. So features of the Lunar Observer newsletter that we have now. Each monthly issue has a cover with an index, and near the front of the issue is a table of this month's observers and graphs called by the numbers. This shows the observers per country and the type of telescope used. And lately, though it varies from month to month, but lately Maxitoff's, Schmidt-Cassegrain's, refractors, and reflector telescopes are fairly equally represented each month for the past year. And most of the telescopes are fairly small in size. It's rare when we have something more than about a 12-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain used. I have one observer sometimes uses an 18-inch Obsession, but other than that, they're smaller than those telescopes. Usually there's a recent book, an app, or some such thing that's highlighted each month. This has included recent books by Robert Reeves, the version 9 Virtual Moon Atlas, and the detailed topographic lunar atlases. It's really a golden time for lunar observers. There's a lot of material out there that's pretty new, and it varies from free, like the version 9 Virtual Lunar Moon Atlas, to quite expensive, of course. All issues of the Lunar Observer contain a number of well-written short articles about topics of lunar studies. These topics are usually about specific lunar features, such as the crater P.Z. Smith, or observing techniques, such as Darrell Wilson in Virginia of the United States. He's written a number of articles on thermal lunar imaging, which are really interesting. Every other month we have focus on articles, and these focus on articles are topics for in-depth study that are provided by the greatest assistant coordinator on Earth, none other than our own Alberto Annunziato, seen right here and also on our conference right now. Thanks, Alberto. In these articles, observers submit images, drawings, and observations of select lunar features. Going to go through a few of those over the past year and what we saw. A year ago, our focus on topic was Mare Nectaris. This article ran 43 pages and had 53 images. You can see we had images, we had drawings. We have that each time. The September 2024 issue featured the craters Aristoteles and Eudoxus. This was a 32-page article with 63 images. The November 2024 Focus On article featured the trio of craters Archimedes, Autolycus, and Aristillus. 38 images graced its 25 pages. As this year started, the January 2025 Focus On article featured the far northern raid crater Anaxagoras. Yeah, I said that right, Anaxagoras. This article had 23 pages and 45 images. And again, you can see not only the lovely images, but beautiful drawings as well. There was some talk during the break about drawings versus imaging. The drawings are just beautiful at times. The March 2025 issue featured the beautiful, wonderful crater Clavius. There were 75 images and drawings on its 52 pages, and it even made the cover of the summer 2025 Journal of ALPO. The May 2025 Focus On article was our largest in a few years. It focused on lunar volcanic features. This was a 79-page article, had 101 images. And I show here that not only do we have wonderful images and drawings, but a whole lot of text and description to go with it. In every issue of the Lunar Observer, we have a section called Recent Topographic Studies, and this features images and drawings of the moon. And here you see 4 wonderful examples that were recently submitted. And every month, Tony Cook of Wales in the United Kingdom writes a very thorough article on lunar geologic changes or transient lunar phenomenon. Usually none of these phenomenon are seen that particular month, but observers study the moon under similar lighting conditions to see if there has been some historic change. And my hat's off to Tony. He also heads the BAA lunar section as well as write all this, which is a whole lot on him. There's a section also in quite a few of our issues of the Lunar Observer called the Buried Basin and Buried Crater Project. Tony Cook and his graduate student Skylar Reese have an ongoing project to investigate possible features that have been eroded by the vast span of time of the lunar crust. And there may be regions like on this page right here where you can see virtually nothing, but lunar probes over the past couple decades have shown that, hey, there's something under here. Gravitationally, there's more gravity here. Something has happened there. And that's one of the ways they research those buried features. And all the rest, the odds and ends at the end. We have a lunar calendar each month that tells us what's happening with the moon all the time. We have submission guidelines, future focus on topics, and a map of features studied in the current issue, like right here. So, you'd like to send your images to the Lunar Observer. Please do so, or if you'd like to get the Lunar Observer, my email is here, or send me a note and I'll get you subscribed to the Lunar Observer. The past year, the Lunar Observer varied between 52 and 166 pages. For the last 2.5 years, the Lunar Observer has been highlighted on the home page of Cloudy Nights. And by the way, so has the comet section of ALPO. Cloudy Nights is an online amateur astronomy forum and set of classified ads. And I just love this statistic. In the last year, the Lunar Observer has had 12,000 280 views on cloudy nights, which is more than 1,000 views per month. Some of these views have led to people asking questions and submitting some images and such of the moon. I'd like to believe that some of these views have caused some people to investigate ALPO a little bit more and perhaps even join ALPO. So you ask, the moon is out so much. I love taking images of the moon. How may I submit my lunar images so that they can be published? Again, email them to me at drteskey.com. But all forms of observations are encouraged. Images, drawings, written reports, and essays. They're all welcome, but please, please follow the submission guidelines. The lunar submission guidelines are found on every issue of the Lunar Observer and on the ALPO Lunar website. I guess for me personally, the most important is the date and universal time. I read 2025-0701, 1, 2, 3, 4 as the year 2025, July 1st at 1, 2, 3, 4 universal time. I know different parts of the world have those in different orders, but it needs to be clear for me. And when you submit your lunar observations, please label your drawings like this: Tycho, 2025-07-25, 1, 2, 3, 4, DTE, which means the crater Tycho, so that in the future, if somebody's looking for data on Tycho, they go there first. The image was taken at this universal time of 1, 2, 3, 4 on the date of July 25th, 2025 by, and give your name or initials. It would be nice to have data on the image. Look at these 4 drawings and images. All of them have some data on the image that when you click on that image, you can say, oh yeah, this crater's image was taken on such and such date by a certain person. You probably know the equipment that they're using. That's all valuable information. With the new website, we do need the images, however, to be 400 kilobytes or less for the ALPO gallery. If they're larger than that, I do need to resize them smaller. So, enough about the past year. I want to conclude this by looking at the Southern Sea. When you look at the moon, even with your naked eye, you see light and dark regions. The dark regions are the Maria or the seas, and of course the light areas are the highlands. These names are attributed to early telescopic users who noted the dark areas were smooth, kind of like water. But even a casual glance will note that most of the Maria are roundish in shape, and this, of course, has been understood to be the result of large asteroids long ago striking the moon and blowing out tremendous basins. Later, these basins were filled to various degrees with lava. And as we look at the Maria, just various images, we see on the left here, Mare Crisium looks like, gosh, it's pretty round. Well, you say it's oval, but it's foreshortened right there. Mare Humorum, our next focus on topic, by the way, get your images of those. It looks pretty round. You could believe that an asteroid formed that a long time ago. A year ago, Mare Nectaris was our focus on topic. You can definitely see that's round in shape and probably has some rings around it from the impact. And I love this region of the moon, the northeast section of the moon. Here we have Mare Crisium, nice and round. Mare Marginis, not quite as round, but you can imagine. And down there, Mare Smithi looks nice and oval, but overhead it's nice and round. These Maria again show the typical round shape that we would expect. Some Maria, by the way, have no particular shape. Mare undulum right there, oh, no shape at all. What I'd like to do is head south. So when we look at the moon, north is on the, when we're looking at it with our naked eye, north, of course, is on the top, south is on the bottom, east is on our right, and west is on our left. We're going to go down here to the southeast and look at Mare Austral. When you head this direction, you might see an interesting valley. It looks like giant craters overlapping each other. That's the Rita Valley. That was probably formed from a Mare Nectaris up here when an asteroid formed the moon, or formed Mare Nectaris. It blew off mountain-sized chunks that hit the moon, making this valley. But just beyond it is some gray Mare patch material. That's where we're headed, Mare Austral. Mare Austral is named the Southern Sea. It's mostly on the far side of the moon, so we get only very foreshadowed views of Mare Austral. Well, it turned out when I was researching this, Harold Hill, who has a beautiful book, Portraits of lunar drawings, or a portfolio of lunar drawings, he reported in 1989 that this area of Mare Austral was nicely seen by libration. Now, libration is a repeat of the moon's illumination and positions every 18.6 years, when the moon will be pretty much lit up the same as it was 18.6 years ago. You eclipse chasers know this as the Saros cycle. Well, it's 36 years after 1989, and Mare Austral is showing well again this year. To really understand Mare Austral better, we needed to go to the moon, and the lunar orbiters of the late 1960s showed that Mare Austral was almost perfectly circular, had a diameter of about 600 kilometers and a surface area of 320,000 square kilometers. To give you a perspective how big Mare Austral is, it's a bit larger than the country of Poland in Europe. So the nature of Mare Austral was not really understood until the photos from the lunar orbiter of this region were studied. Mare Austral is not a depression, as no basin rims are visible. It's more of a circular distribution of mare-filled craters, which is different than any other mare that we see. What could have happened here at Mare Austral? The low spots around these craters suggest that an ancient impact basin, whose original rim became subsided because the early moon's crust was too warm to support these massive rims. Since there are no traces of basin rims, Mare Austral probably formed before the heavy late bombardment, so its old rims have been destroyed. Mare Austral has about 600 craters on its surface, and the basin is only partially flooded with mare lavas. This may be because the far side of the crust, remember, more of Mare Austral is on the far side of the moon, the far side has a thicker crust than the near side does. So as a result, only about half the surface of Mare Austral is covered by lava. Mare Austral may be the example of a mare arrested in mid-formation. The supply of lava seems to have ended before enough lava pooled to completely flood its pre-existing craters. We observe a large group of flooded craters here and flooded intercratal plains here when we see Mare Austral. So get out there, everybody. Enjoy the universe. And thanks much for your attention. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Questions?
Yes. Very good talk, David. Photometry, is there any ways, I mean, like, there's a very bright area on the moon. It's very bright. Has anyone done like photometry just to that little area? It's a crater. I think it starts with an A.
Aristarchus.
Aristarchus.
Yes.
Has anybody done photometry?
I wish Tony Cook was on our program right now. I'm not sure if he is. I know that yes, it's a terribly bright crater, bright because it's probably fresh. And the way that he's done it before is basically take an image of the moon and you put your cursor over, say, Aristarchus, and you read how much value the light is. He does that to compare craters' brightness.
And then
it's advertised as the brightest crater on the moon, but there's other areas that are brighter.
Okay. And just one other quick question. Do you have some kind of an index for this publication of yours so people can see what others have done?
Index, yes. Yes, very much. If you go to the end of the year, like 2025, when you will, if you go to the galleries, 2025, let me start at top. If you go to the ALPO website, go to Lunar, go to the galleries, there will be an index in there of all the articles that were done this past year.
Great. Good. Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else?
Other questions?
David, this is Wayne Bailey. First of all,
hey, Wayne.
Thank you for everything you've done. You've done a much better job than I ever did. I don't know how you do it. So between you and Alberto and Tony.
Thank you, but no.
But in response to Richard's comment there, I'm not sure about Aristarchus in particular, Richard, but there are a whole series of equators that in the past have been photometrically studied for a photometric curve as a function of phase. I can't give you the reference right now. I don't know what it is offhand. But there have been studies of that. And it's a fairly standardized type thing now.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thanks much, everybody.
Tim, you were muted when you were speaking.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I meant to point out that Jim Tomey noted in the chat that the Lunar Observer Index is on our website, so you can download the copies there if you're interested. Thank you, Roger. All right. Next up, Richard Schmuti. He's been observing Jupiter for over 40 years. He was appointed the coordinator of the Jupiter section around 2002. Since then, he's written apparition reports about Jupiter. He has published over 24 Jupiter reports in the Strolling Astronomer. And he also, that's the journal, for those of you that don't know. And he was also given 76 talks about Jupiter to various audiences between 1995 and 2025. His talk today will focus on 4 sets of recent observations and events of Jupiter during its most recent apparition, 24 and 25. Topics include reemergence of the North Temperate Current D, an outbreak of bright spots in the southern equatorial belt, the south equatorial disturbance, and a whole disk V-filter brightness measurements of Jupiter. Take it away there, Richard.
Okay, thank you. very much, Tim. Today, what I want to do is I've pretty much gone over the Jupiter apparition, looked at images that many of you all have made, and a lot of activity is going on Jupiter. Let's see. Do I share the screen? How do I do that? I thought I sent the PowerPoint to you, Tim.
No, you share your screen.
Share my screen, and then what do I do?
You open the PowerPoint.
Okay, share the screen, and then open the PowerPoint. And let's see, I'm going to need to go to right here, see if I can shrink this. I don't want to hit the red X. Okay, right here. Let's go right here. Okay, can everyone see that now?
Yep.
Great, great. Okay.
Now, yeah, very good.
All right. So just to start things off, I want to make a few introductory remarks. I don't want to lose you all right off the bat, because this some of this work is kind of specialized a little bit, and we come up with some terms, and we use acronyms too. So I'll try to spell out the acronyms when they come up. Then I want to talk just a little bit about method and materials. Basically, 90% of this is based on images you all have submitted, either to me or to the various websites. And then I kind of want to focus on just 4 things, because if I don't, I'll be speaking for the next 2 or 3 hours, and I think a lot of people are getting hungry, so I don't want to do that. Then wrap up with some conclusions, and of course some acknowledgments. I mean, like I said, 90% of this I couldn't have done without you all's images. And of course, we already heard of one person just speaking, Caracas from Canada. I used some of his images. So anyway, so let's go on ahead. I want to make some introductory remarks. Now, winds on the Earth are measured with respect to the ground. We all know that. 10-mile-an-hour wind, the air is moving 10 miles an hour with respect to the ground you're standing on. Well, Jupiter, it's not so easy, and wind speeds are with respect to Jupiter's interior. We know what Jupiter's interior is from its magnetic field, and that is known as the System 3 longitude, and professional astronomers use that system. Acronyms are used frequently. For example, NTC-D means North Temperate Current D. There's actually 4 north temperate currents, and it goes A, B, or actually it goes just north temperate current, and B is a little faster, C is faster still, and D is like the super fast. It's kind of like we categorize hurricanes on a scale of 1 to 5. This would be like a category 5 wind here for the north temperate current D. And of course, like I said earlier, there are 3 systems of longitude. We're going to focus on system 3, because that's with respect to the interior of Jupiter, and that's what wind speeds are determined. And of course, north is going to be at the top in all of the images in this slideshow. Okay, so let's go on ahead. Again, a lot's going on Jupiter, not enough time to talk about it, so I want to focus on 4 things. And the first one I want to focus on is the north temperate current D. Now, back in January, by the way, how many people have observed Jupiter? Just raise your hand or tell me somehow you've seen it. Okay, very good, very good, very good. All right. Back in January, I'm in Georgia, which is about 33 degrees north latitude. It was almost directly overhead for me back in December, and January pretty much too. And basically, there was almost no north temperate belt. And then in early January of this year, 2011, Suzuki over in Japan imaged a bright spot, and I'm showing it on the very left image here. You can just barely see it. It's an RGB image. I did notice that these spots are brighter in methane band images than in RGB images. I believe they're also brighter in near infrared. So anyway, this little bright spot popped up, and what happened was it moved very fast. And as it moved, it was kind of like almost like a little comet on Jupiter. It was giving off these little spots going behind it, and also some dark areas. And of course, if you go about 2 weeks later on January 25th, you can start to see sort of a black area trailing this bright spot. And again, little tiny bright spots. And again, of course, you look at the methane band image, you can see it very well here. In fact, this is maybe the brightest spot in methane band light. Usually it's the great red spot, but as you can see, its surface brightness is even brighter than the great red spot. But what's interesting about this current, it's about the fastest current on Jupiter. I don't want to say the fastest, but it's right up there. It's even faster than System 1, which is the equatorial zone. So anyway, I tracked 4 of these spots, and what I like to do is I like to measure the longitude over a period of time. Now, why is that important? Well, again, I'm looking at the change in position over time. Change in position over time is what? It's speed. Okay, so what I do is I go ahead and plot a graph of the System 1 longitude. This is the System 1. This is the equatorial zone longitude system. Plotted against time. And I have 4 features, F1 through F4. And what I do then is I just use Microsoft Excel, get the best fit linear line. The slope gives me essentially a number that can be used to compute the wind speed. Of course, there's a little bit of trigonometry here. I don't want to get into that. I'll spare you the details. John Rogers does a great job of explaining that in his classic book, The Giant Planet Jupiter. And I even got a copy of it here. Yeah, excellent book. It's still very, very good, even though, like I said, it was published about 30 years ago now. So anyway, very good book. All right, so well, we've observed this current before. This is the north temperate current D. And so what I wanted to do was to compare and see this current over the last 18 years. And this next graph shows the results. Back in 2007, I observed it, and of course, John Rogers and his group observed it. The wind speed was around 170 meters per second, or around close to 400 miles an hour. It was really, really fast. And then, of course, Rogers reports wind speeds in 2012, around late 2016. These, again, were kind of difficult because I think they were near, Jupiter was kind of in a bad spot in the sky. And then in late 2020, maybe late 2020, John Rogers and myself measured a wind speed of around 164 meters a second. And then, of course, in 25, we measured a wind speed closer to 163 or so meters per second. So what trend do you see here? Well, it looks like it's gradually going down a little bit. So again, and it occurs about every 4 or 5 years. John Rogers and his group actually predicted this is going to happen, I believe, sometime in early 2025, and sure enough, it did. So, well, and what it looks like happens is these spots form when there's essentially no north temperate belt, and then after they go away, they leave this broad belt, or in some cases, 2 belts. That's what happened in 2025. Okay, so let's look at so that's sort of the north temperate current D, very fast current on Jupiter. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is a strange feature at the north edge of the south equatorial belt called the south equatorial disturbance. And the red arrow points to it. It looks like a little dip in Jupiter's south equatorial belt. Remember, north is at the top. And this dip, I actually tracked the little festoon that's on the left edge of the dip here. I tracked its longitude once again, tracked it over time. Longitude, time, I'm going to get distance traveled over time. That gives me wind speed. So again, I'm going to take the longitude measurements, plot them against time to get a graph, and it looks like this. Okay, got the system 1 longitude. Now, the longitude is increasing with time. That means it's going a little slower than the system 1 longitude. And of course, I get a curve, and this can then be converted into a wind speed. And in 2025, this had a wind speed of about 88 meters per second. Still pretty good clip, but not nearly as fast as the 161 meters per second for the North Temperate Current D. So again, still a pretty good wind speed, maybe something like Category 3 hurricane instead of Category 5. All right, now the next thing up is the South Equatorial Belt. An interesting thing happened here. Basically, we had an outbreak of white spots, and this is sort of the development here. A white spot develops in the South Equatorial Belt in November of 2024. Okay, so teeny tiny spot, and what it does, it grows a little bit more, and then sort of changes shape. Okay, and then you get 2 shapes, 3, 4, 5. So the spot grows, other similar spots form, and a series of white spots develop. So this slide of 3 pictures shows it. We've got the one on the left. You can see the bottom major belt. You can see a little white spot just right of center. Then you go over to the middle picture. You see now how many spots? 2. And then you go over here, you've got like 8 or 10. Of course, the South Equatorial Belt is not as dark as what it was. Okay. Once again, I like to measure the longitude at different times, put it into a graph, and measure a slope. And of course, if it doesn't fall in a line, that means the wind is changing, or maybe I made a mistake with identifying a feature. And this is the result I get. Now, this is the system 2 longitude. This is basically pretty close to what most of the features follow on Jupiter. Not exactly, but close. And then days after October 31st, 2024. And again, the drift rate is about -6 degrees per 30 days. This comes out to a wind speed that's pretty low. It's probably on the order of 1 meter per second, system 3. So again, this very kind of slow moving feature with respect to Jupiter's magnetic field. Okay, 1 meter a second, you can walk that probably. So, all right, now sort of the thing that I've been doing for a long time. I think I've been measuring the brightness of Jupiter almost continually since 1999. And so I wanted to measure Jupiter's brightness, and I use what's called a V filter. This is a standard Johnson filter. It's sort of a green filter, but it does transmit other colors too. The albedo is the fraction of light that is reflected. So I'm essentially measuring Jupiter's albedo. Does Jupiter get brighter or dimmer over time? Now, again, you have to normalize the distances before you can answer that question. So again, Tony Malama and myself published a big paper in Icarus about Jupiter's brightness from 1963 up to about 2010. And the question is, does Jupiter undergo long-term albedo changes? Now, why ask this question. Well, as you're going to find out tomorrow, Uranus does, Neptune does. I just learned this year Saturn does. Is Jupiter. Okay? And if so, if it does vary, how much does it vary in brightness? So let's take a look at a graph. And you can unmute because I'm going to ask a question here. Okay, got the V filter brightness on the vertical axis. Remember, the more negative the magnitude, the brighter it is. Okay, and then we got days after July 31st last year. Now, why does Jupiter's brightness increase or decrease near the middle? I can't hear you.
Increase.
Increase, exactly. Now, the red arrow is at opposition. Okay, so would you expect it to be brightest near opposition?
Sure.
Sure, because we're closest to Jupiter at that time, okay? Now, of course, remember, Jupiter's distance from the sun is changing. That's going to have a little effect. So what I need to do to see if there's any, I wanted to compare my results to the standard brightness model of Jupiter, which is on the JPL ephemeris. I believe Frank Malio pointed out this software package in his talk earlier today. So what I want to do is construct a graph of my value minus what it's supposed to be plotted against time. This is what I have here. So I've got observed minus predicted in magnitudes. Now, 1/10 of a magnitude's not too much, but we can detect it with a photometer versus time. And again, I've got the red arrow, that's opposition. The little white arrows, that's near quadrature. And again, Jupiter's brightness seems to drop a little bit. It's a little dimmer than expected near quadrature. And if anything, it might be a hair brighter than predicted. Not by much, by a little bit. Okay, but particularly these two areas near quadrature are a little troubling. But again, I'll have to repeat the study in future years to see if there's anything to this. Okay. All right, so I've covered a lot today. I've talked about the north temperate current, D, very fast current. Then I talked about the south equatorial disturbance, which is a fast moving feature, but not nearly as fast as a south temperate current D. Then I talked about the south equatorial belt, and a little outbreak, a little tiny spot grows into several spots. And then finally, I talked a little bit about my brightness measurements of Jupiter. So in conclusion, the north temperate current D may be slowing down a little bit. We'll have to see. More than likely, if history repeats itself, we're going to have another outbreak about the year 2029 or 2030. We'll have to see. And again, it may drop down to where it's in the north temperate current C, not D. South equatorial disturbance moved at a pretty constant rate, at least over the study period. And then the south equatorial belt outbreak grew over several months. It would have to be interesting to see if it has persisted into this year. There are some low resolution images already posted on the ALPO Japan latest website. And then finally, Jupiter's V filter brightness is a bit dimmer than predicted near maximum phase angle, which is quadrature, or about 3 months before or after opposition. And most important slide, I'm grateful to everyone who submitted or posted images. I'm grateful to Jim Tomney for serving as webmaster and to Tim Robertson for organizing this conference. I'm also grateful to my own college for all the resources and help they have given me as well. And that's about all I have to say, and floor's open for questions.
Nice work. So you just mentioned your college. So what is that?
Okay, I'm at Gordon State College. I'm about an hour south of Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions before we move on?
Steve Bennett here with a question for
Yes.
Richard. When you did your global disk photometry Jupiter, I'm just curious, what did you use for your comparison, your reference?
Okay. Usually it was Epsilon Taurus. That's got a color similar to Jupiter. It's fainter than Jupiter. Of course, all the stars are fainter than Jupiter. It's got a B minus V color index of about 1.01, I believe. So that was my main comparison star. I may have used one or two others. I'll have to look at the data, but that was the main one. And of course, it was pretty close to Jupiter too.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, anybody else?
Richard, yes, hi, it's Mike here.
Hi, Mike.
Was there anything that really surprised you from your study, aside from that little variance in brightness, or from when you're studying this over, anything strike you as anything unusual?
Do you mean just the photometry, or do you mean all of it?
Well, it could be everything, but for sure.
Well, I'm a little interested in the north temperate current D, because it shows sort of a gradual decline over 18 years. And again, I need to look at some of the data. I mean, John Rogers has categorized this current before. I'm just wondering if this kind of gradually evolves into north temperate current C eventually. But anyway, I need to do some more literature work on that. I found that surprising. And then the other thing is the photometry. It does show a little bit of a dip. I'm a little dimmer than what it's supposed to be according to JPL ephemeris when Jupiter is near quadrature. In other words, when its phase angle is 10 or 11 degrees, which is near maximum for Jupiter for an Earth-based observer. And then there's some other things too that I didn't talk about that I found interesting. Oval BA, I'm actually doing a big study on that now, but it's making gradual changes, let's put it that way. And there does seem to be a relationship between its drift rate or wind speed and its latitude. And it is speeding up a little bit, particularly 3 or 4 years ago. It may have slowed down a hair this past apparition, but it's interesting. And of course, Oval BA formed back in 2000. So we're celebrating its 25th birthday this year. And and of course, the Great Red Spot is continuing to shrink a little bit. John Rogers has been talking about this for a while, and I've been mentioning a little bit too. But it doesn't go down completely. It doesn't shrink. It shrinks and gets bigger. Shrinks, get better. But it's like a one step forward, 2 steps backward type of growth pattern. Of course, that's Rogers points that out in a lot of his work.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, you're welcome.
Rich, you still using the Optic SSP photometer?
I still am.
Photometry?
I still am. I've got an SSP3. I was lucky to get it because kind of like one of his last ones, he had it on the shelf. He says, I can sell it to you. So I said, fine. So that's what I've got. I've been using them for a long time. Unfortunately, I live in sort of a humid area, so I've got to kind of watch photometry, especially in the summer, because metal cools off faster than air. So guess where the condensation is going to end up?
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue. And I think once or twice is not a problem, but year in, year out, over time, it could do a number on electronics. That's my fear.
Yeah. Well, what kind of infrared filter do you have? You have
I've got a Johnson infrared, or at least it's supposed to be close to the Johnson I band. Of course, I have to calibrate it to actually get it on the Johnson system.
Okay.
And then I've got an SSP4. This is a J&H filter photometer. Right now, it's not in service, but I'm hoping it's just a power supply, and I can get it back into service. But I've done a lot of Jupiter work with that.
You can use the battery, if you chargeable battery?
No, the SSP4, you have to use their power source.
Oh,
You
okay.
plug it into either an extension cord or the normal outlet here in the United States, and then it goes. But you have to have a power supply. You can't use a
Yeah.
battery for it.
I see. Yeah, the SHP3, it can run by a 9-volt battery.
That's right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And they can buy a rechargeable battery from Optech, or you can just put in your own battery. You can get about 2 to 3 hours of use, and then you have to put in another Duracell.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome, Frank.
All right, Richard. Thank you very much for that presentation. You'll be back tomorrow for
Yes.
another one, right?
Yes, for Uranus and Neptune, Pluto.
All right. Pluto.
Yes.
Never heard of it.
Pluto. I thought
All right.
Pluto's not a planet anymore.
Well, it's a dwarf planet. It's a
Dwarf
little
planet.
planet.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Next up, coming back on today is Frank Malelo. He spoke earlier today about what's up with Mercury 2025, and his second presentation today is the nature and observations of rayed craters on Mercury. And he's going to describe many observations showing bright spots on Mercury, and now we know them as crater ejector ray systems. His goal is to determine how well they can be seen and imaged from Earth, and how to compare them with craters on the moon. Further observations are needed, but for confirmation or refutation, this study is meant to be an example of other observers to follow, and the study the true nature of these features as rayed craters on Mercury. Frank.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Fortunately, I won't be available for tomorrow because I have family plans. So Tim I scheduled me for today instead of tomorrow. So I will be available tomorrow. Yeah, but anyway, so now I'd like to present you my second presentation. The nature and observation of the ray craters on Mercury. Now, compared to this one to the first talk, was more general observation of what's up with Mercury 2025. This one is a little more specifically on concentration searching feature like the ray crater that you're going to see within the next 20 minutes. Okay, now the ray system. All right, you look at Mercury surface and you see it. It hit the impact crater, it hit the rays. Here, and same thing with this crater, and you see also the rays also. So this is more like what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, now what is the ray system? Well, simply to define a ray system comprises radial streaks of fine ejecta thrown out during the formation of the impact crater, looking somewhat like many of thin spokes coming from the hub of the wheel. So you picture a wheel with the center, and you see all these radial spokes out. So this is similar to what what they're talking about here. Some fact about the ray craters in general. Crater rays are some of the most striking features on the airless world. So I'm talking about the world without planets, without any atmosphere. The system of bright rays are quite conspicuous under the high sun, which means like to get a very high reflectivity, where you give a maximum contrast. The long major rays are complex and usually not exactly radial. Well, it may not be uniform, but could be more ray craters on one side. Conspicuous ray systems are not necessarily related to the large crater. So when you see a large crater, it doesn't mean that you're going to see the rays. Even the smallest crater has rays. So I can explain that as I go along. Rays are more easily seen in optical wavelength, but they have also been observed at radar wavelength. So same thing, like the Mercury surface, the details, the ray craters were discovered not optically, but a radio telescope by Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico. So that's how they discovered that they may have ray craters on the surface of Mercury. It was discovered by a radio telescope first before optical telescope. They are among the youngest feature on the surface, of course, because they're very bright and they're young. They're relatively young than any other crater. But I got to explain that as I go along. Now, let's start with the moon. Okay, then you absolutely, obviously, the picture of the full moon looked kind of grainy that I took, but I did that on purpose, really, because this is what I'm trying to say is that I'm going to compare it to Mercury, and you can see the ray craters here with the Tycho, of course, and this is more like you see through the binoculars, and you see those white spots here. Those are ray craters on the moon. So here's a close-up shot of Tycho, and you can absolutely see the ray craters spanning nearly half across the surface of the moon. And impact right here, and you see all these rays. Yeah. Now the close-up, it doesn't show much, but it shows the Tycho crater itself, and you don't see the surrounding area. So sometimes when you look at very close to the crater, it's hard to see the surrounding area. But if you have to go in the distance, much further away, then you see the surrounding area, and you can see the rays much, much clearer. Copernicus. Obviously, you see ray craters here, and it's an impact, and you see all uniform, all around, and you see the ray craters spanning in all directions. Even Kepler got its ray craters also. Remember, I took these pictures, so they're not the greatest, but at least demonstrate, show the ray craters on the moon, and you can it's clearly see all around. Yeah. Now, even the smallest crater, like here, this was taken from our Lunar Pioneer spacecraft. Even the smallest crater has rays. Look at all; it's all evenly all around. So not only the large craters, but even the smaller crater produce some spectacular ray craters. Now, even on Jupiter's moon Ganymede, have ray craters too. And this one I captured here. Compared to the WinJippo simulator, this is what Ganymede will look like, the data I was observing. And on the good night, the resolution, good scene, and I captured this ray crater right here. I forgot what name it is. Begin with T or something like that. I should specify that. But that's what I capture. And they are several ray craters and Ganymede also, and it would capture, but it was some very, very small. But this is the largest one for the whole entire surface of Ganymede. That's the largest one here. So even that, it can be detected in amateur telescope because it has the very high contrast that's seen from Earth. Okay, now on to Mercury. Okay, a quick view, you would see the moon and Mercury. If you a quick view will show that they're both identical to each other. But if you look closely, then you might see the difference. Now look at the moon here. All right, you see the ray crater from Tycho. You see one here, Kepler, Copernicus here, and several others around here. So compared to Mercury, Mercury has a darker surface compared to the moon. It's got a lower albedo surface. But look at the ray craters, how bright it is here. And even the smallest one scattered all around, not on this side, but on the far side, also produce a lot of ray crater. So this is a perfect example of how easy the ray crater can be seen from Earth compared to the moon with the naked eye, because they have a darker surface. The reason I have a darker surface might be due to the space weathering, which I will talk about momentarily. So yes, there is a difference between Mercury and the moon as far as the surface detail and albedo features. Okay, here's some more information about the crater ray. The crater ejecta rays are the most common feature on the surface of Mercury. They are visible at white spots. They may be similar to the moon, which I just showed you in a previous slide. The ejecta is intense due to the stronger gravity on Mercury than the moon. Because the Mercury much stronger gravity field, the ejector will travel more than twice as far as the moon than on Mercury. Mercury have the intense interaction from the sun, such as the heat, radiation, and solar winds due to space weather. Of course, Mercury is much closer to the sun than the moon, so they have more effective space weathering than on the moon. Well, it happens only on usually on airless planet like Mercury and the moon, even Ganymede that I just showed to you, because it has no atmosphere to protect the heat, the radiation, and the solar wind. So it just smacks right in the surface. But the space weathering, it doesn't happen like overnight. It takes thousands of years to show more effective. So that's why that Mercury it's much more close to the sun than have the maximum much more space weathering than any other planets or satellites in the solar system. And because the ray craters are relatively young with little effect from the space weathering. So that's why it looks very bright, because they're very young compared to the other features on the planet, on the surface, I should say. And it's less space weathering effect than the surrounding area. And the older area, like the older craters and all, the erosion is so wear down that's effect from space weathering over time. But with the recent impact on Mercury, it's less space weathering, and so that's why it appears brighter, more fresh looking, and it gives the maximum contrast. Now, let me first show you, for example. Now, Mercury has a stronger, twice as gravity than the moon. Now, let's say this is the moon here. Let's say there's an impact. Impact right here, come down here, and impact hits the surface, and you see all this dust and element through this far out here. And this is all the rays here, far out here. Now, compared to Mercury, on the lower frame, you would see has a much stronger gravity, and you would see that the dust and element is shot out much closer to the impact crater than out here, due to the stronger gravity. So that's why the ray craters are much more intense, brighter, and more closer together, and more better contrast than the moon, because otherwise the light of the ray craters is so spread out, and that's not as bright as you see on Mercury. Craters with bright rays are thought to be relatively young because the rays are still visible, indicating that they had less exposure to such weathering process than craters that lack grace. I just mentioned it before, because it has less space weathering effect and look more fresh than compared to the surrounding area. So the surrounding area exposed more space weathering, and that's why it produced more darker appearance than the ray crater itself. Okay, now here's the picture of me. Yeah, well, back home. This is when I was ready to image Mercury. Now, like I said, I don't have a good eastern horizon, but when Mercury gets high in the sky, past the roof here, I can able to observe in daylight while the sun is still behind the roof. And so that's the best way to capture Mercury, especially in the morning sky when the air is more stable, the air is more cool. And so it's much more comfortable than if I were to take during the evening hours. So here's some of the shots here. You can see the ray craters. They're much more prominent than in the other parts of the surface. Okay, like this one, for example. Here's the ray crater. Here's one right here. This is the most brilliant one on the entire surface of Mercury. And compared to the wind simulator, the messenger simulator, and you can see it's very identical to each other here. Look how bright it is here. Very intense, nearly the high noon on the sun as seen from that surface. And also there's another ray crater right here with the Debussy, and it's right along near to the limb. So there are several one here, but these are not ray craters. These are bright albedo features, like this one over here, and same thing like this here, but they're not ray craters. Ray craters are more like spotlight, and it's more intense, and it's very, very bright. So this one here, for example, we have Gregory shadows the same day that I observed Mercury, so it's nearly simultaneous observation. For example, here the ray craters right here. Same thing that I took, the same here. And this is the messenger simulator. And also I degraded the image too because it will show the resolution more similar to the 10-inch telescope that we both use. So it's strikingly similar to what we observed here. The same thing with this bright albedo feature, same thing over here. So this is more like bright as ray craters. So that's what I mean to show you is that the ray craters are more easily captured on the surface Mercury by using the webcam, like a camera. And so that was using. And the use of the red filter to increase the contrast. Any red filter like a Bata 610 nanometer. Gregory was using 685 nanometer long pass, and I was using 610. 685 nanometer, it's a little more denser toward the red than the 610 nanometer. So it gives similar results. So this is strikingly similar to observation we made. And also we confirm one another, yet we both captured the same feature. Here's another example when Mercury face is much fuller. Of course, they expose so much of the surface, and you get more ray craters right here. And this is three of them right after the other here. And there's another one right here. Compared to this is the very small ray craters right there. This is the messenger simulating image. And you can see right here, and this is very, very brilliant. This is probably due to the solar face angle. A certain angle I've seen from Earth, and compared to the sun, a view from the sun, it gives a different kind of reflectivity. So other time I would image is a similar face like that, and this was much, much dimmer. And I'd show you that. And so this is something that you have to look at, that it's interesting to look at, but why this is brighter here and other time it was dimmer. So that is something to look into it. Okay, here's another one. Same thing here. See, now the Mercury is much fuller here. You talk about 96%. Now this is almost toward superior conjunction. This was Mercury was on the far side of the sun. And this is dangerously getting closer. So it was about 8 degrees away from the sun. So it was just like a 5 to 10 minute window opportunity to get Mercury nearly the full face. And that's amazing what I did. And everything was just perfect. The sea conditions, the clarity of the sky, the focusing, everything falls in one place, and I got a perfect shot. But anyway, it showed all this dot here, all ray craters here. This one here, same thing. This I barely got another ray crater, Cooper, right over here. Now the one I showed you on the previous slide, this small ray craters here to show was much brighter. Now it's dimmer. So I wonder why this is dimmer. And the previous slide I showed you was much brighter. So that's something you got to look into it again. This is whether due to maybe to the sea condition or they actually taking place on the surface due to the solar angle from as seen from Earth. So that's another project to look into it compared to one another different time. So okay, here's the short animation from Gregory Chan's and my image together. We have 9 total images, and compared to then converted to a short animation, you can see all the ray craters moving with across the surface of the Mercury. Now, this is not the actual rotation of Mercury. This is the orbital motion as Mercury going around the sun. So as we see from Earth, as you can see that it is as it's going around the sun, that Mercury moves with a very slow rotation, but it's hard to see on this angle. And you can follow all the ray craters here, and some are brighter. Yeah, like this one's the brightest one. There's another one that appear on the limb. They turn to the center here. Uh, you can see the small variation there. That's probably due to the seeing condition. But over time, you can able to study why this crater is brighter than the other. Sometimes it's compared to the messengers. And how come the messenger image to show the very faint crater, and while the image here appears very bright? So again, there's something to look into it. So this is more eye-catching this way to catch any ray craters. Because if you look at the still picture, then you lose some contrast there. But you got to see something moving in order to have more eye catching. And this is the best way to see all the ray craters, or how many ray craters can you capture there. So this is one of the interesting that this is all done in one morning apparition between Gregory, Janice, and myself. This is a quite accomplished work we did here. Here's another one, another short animation, and you can see all the ray craters moving here, of course. So you get more eye catching this way. That's why I always like to show the animation when you show the ray craters move across the disk. Here's the 2-day animation where Mercury was nearly full. You can see the ray craters. I don't know how many you can see. You can count. You can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all ray craters here. Look how easy they can be captured, and that's what now we can be seen by capturing the feature on Mercury. No. Okay, now let's look a little bit into more details. Like this. This is the one. This is the most prominent ray craters on the surface of Mercury. This was discovered by Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico back in the 60s, and they able to map it out. So now it can be seen in amateur. It can be captured in amateur telescope, and this is right over here. What you see, this one here, that the actually image was taken by the Messenger spacecraft. So whatever you see here, it can be captured in an amateur telescope these days. Even the next one. Now this one here is this here. Now this is the Elephant crater and the neighbors. This is the combination of three ray craters here, but from the distance, everything merges together and appears just one bright spot right here. So that's quite amazing now what we can do. Here's another one. This one here. This one here that's got a weaker crater, but I'm not exactly sure if the crater itself or the surrounding area. From the distance, it looks very bright under the high noon of the sun. But this is a little bit toward the terminator. So I probably at this angle, it's appeared brighter. So that's a good, if you do some kind of photometry work, why this is brighter at certain solar angle, and the other part of the angle, it looks dimmer. So, here's another shot here. Here's one way up the north, it's bright spot. It's got a very intense ray craters here up the north. You can see this is spread nearly across the globe of Mercury. This one here, I'm not sure of the name, but it seems to be ray crater or just a bright albedo feature. So I still have a look into that. Has no name, so it's got to be Apollonia. That's the name of the bright area here. So that can be captured here, and this crater here is Hakusia, the Japanese name crater. So this is the most intense crater in the northern hemisphere. It's near the polar region, way up north here. So that shows a very bright ray craters up there. Here's another one. Yeah. Now this is the one I'm talking about. This is one image showed as very bright, and another image shows very dim. So this must be around here somewhere. This must be from this crater, not this. From the distance, from the high noon, show the very high contrast and got the maximum reflectivity, so that's why it appears very bright. But even the smallest crater has a very intense ray element, and from the distance, it looked like a very bright very bright spot compared to the other ray craters. So, here's another one. This one right here. This is one of the brightest ray craters on the surface of Mercury. This is Kuiper, 39 mile diameter. Now, not only that, but the overlapping, it's the impact is overlapping to all the impact in the back here, the much larger one here, and this is what appears to be very bright. This is relatively younger compared to here. That's why it looks so bright, because it has less space weathering effect than the surrounding area. That's why you see all these rays here that appears very bright at this angle right here. So that's just quite amazing that what we can capture in amateur telescope. Now this one here, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but around this area right here, there's another bright spot here. And according to the messenger map, and it seems to be this area right here. Doesn't look very bright, but it looked bright on a certain solar angle I seen from Earth. So I assume this is the area. They have really no names for it. So it could be a beta feature, or it could be these two craters was very bright, and from the distance it merged into like one bright spot, and that's what we see here. Okay, here's another shot. Other part of the globe, it's three more ray craters in the north and south directions. It's pretty impressive. And compared to Messenger Simulator, that's where we seeing the data I was observing here. The ray craters, three of them, one top of another, one in line here, and another more here. So that's pretty amazing that even this part of the Mercury surface, there's a lot of ray craters, and it can be captured through the amateur telescope. Now let's break down here. You can identify here at the close-up of the messenger images of the ray craters that are captured in my images, and you can able to see the name here. Some of the name is hard to pronounce, and so I won't say. I don't want to embarrass myself. I can't even pronounce it, but they're very easily seen during a better than average seeing condition from here. And here's one over here, which is, I'm not sure, there's this unnamed ray craters. It's the ray craters right here. That's unnamed. They hasn't have no name yet. So it would capture the detail here, right here, all three here. Now, the question is, I'm not sure whether or not this is the ray crater here, the bright spot, or that the bright beetle feature. Yeah, so it can be the combination of both. So that's something to look into it, why it is so bright. Yeah. Okay, here's another one. Here's another image of ray craters. Here's the messenger simulator, and here's my image. Very, very similar here. You can see all these spots here, and you can break down to identify them. Here's the part of the surface. What you see here that I have captured right there. This ray crater here that's very bright called Bartok, which is this one right here, and this one here, I'm not exactly sure if it's the ray crater or the bright beta feature, but this is the ray crater right over here called Waters, an unnamed crater, which is something here. So it's a combination of all this. It appears very bright in the image. It hits a few more names here. This one here, this one, Digas. That's a very bright ray crater right here. Well, it's got it surrounding area and it looks very bright right up this spot. Yeah. So now we know where we capture. Back in the older days, we don't know what those bright spots are, or it could be illusion. It could be illusion or something, and it's never been confirmed what the bright spot. Could be a cloud before they know that that time maybe Mercury has an atmosphere. We do know now. I mean, what we capture. It's amazing now with the help of the messenger spacecraft help to identify of what we see. there, and we can see what's real and what's not real. Okay, now we all know that Pepsi Colombo mission to Mercury. Now this spacecraft, the European and Japanese spacecraft, now is on the way to Mercury. And I'm going to talk about it. That now NASA had the Messenger spacecraft orbiting around Mercury between 2011 and 2015. It crashed on the surface. Now as of now, there's no satellite around Mercury, so we have one on the way there. But who was Pepsi Colombo? So we'll talk about a little bit about it. Okay, Pepsi Colombo mission is named after Giuseppe Pepsi Colombo from 1920 to 1984. So he passed away over 40 years ago. So they would name the spacecraft after him. Now, he is the scientist, mathematician, and engineer at the University of Padua, Italy. Yeah. Yeah, he was the first person to propose the interplanetary gravity assistance maneuver using the 1974 Mariner 10 mission, which is now bears his name. Also, it is the technique now used frequently by planetary probes. Yeah, he was the first person to propose that. Why don't you use the flyby in an orbiter? Flyby instead of just go there. Use the flyby for gravity assistance. So here's a little more information here. Colombo studied the planet Mercury, and it was his calculation which showed how to get the spacecraft into the solar open, which would encounter Mercury multiple times using the gravity assistance maneuver with Venus. Due to this idea, NASA was able to have the Mariner 10 accomplish 3 flybys of Mercury instead of 1. Mariner 10 was the first spacecraft to use the gravity assistance. Since then, the technique has become common. Now, what's the main reason for this? To save fuel. That's the whole purpose of this, to save fuel. Okay, to use the gravity. Now, when the Mariner 10 spacecraft heading toward like a Mercury vicinity, it sped up because as you get closer to the sun, it sped up. So they need some kind of gravity assistance to help to slow down the gravity. So that's why he was the first person to propose this. Then they used that technique, and of course, they named the spacecraft after him. Now, there's more information here. Now about the spacecraft itself. It is the joint mission with the European spacecraft ESA and the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. So they put together. So it's the joint mission. Now, the United States, NASA is not involved in this spacecraft mission. The probe launched on October 18, 2018, so which is just on the way there as of now. It will take 8 years. Wow, 8 years. Wow, wait, because it needs to slow down. It takes a lot of time to slow down. Again, the idea is to save fuel. Otherwise, it would take maybe a couple of years to get there. But with the economy and all, they need to save fuel and save money that way. The probe did many flybys with the Earth, even the Earth, Venus, and Mercury to reduce the speed as it approached close to the sun, like I explained it before. It has 3 components: Mercury Transfer Module, MTM, for propulsion, Mercury Planetary Orbiter, and Mercury Magnetospheric Orbiter, MMO. So they got 3 components. As they get closer to Mercury, they're gonna spread apart, and they're gonna orbit around Mercury independently. And expected to arrive in Mercury orbit in November 2026, which is the end of next year. Now, let me show you this here. This is the orbit. Now, just you can watch when it's launched. The red one is it's a spacecraft. You can see how many times going around and to bypass the Earth, and then Venus again, then Mercury again. Then after a while, it gets confused, and you can see how many times you have to go around to fly by the planet, including the Earth, just to slow down to reach Mercury. That's amazing, and that takes 8 years to do that. And it kept going until it stopped. And you look carefully, you can see that now the spacecraft and Mercury is nearly the same speed of each other. And I'll show you one more time. And you can see it launch at the Earth. And now that the Earth flyby, just again, the Earth flyby right here. Now it went in, now it's going after Venus to slow down. You can see that the spacecraft is speeding up, but you need to slow down as to get closer to the sun. So hit Mercury. Mercury's a green orbit. And now you can see that it made few flybys. So, in order to catch the velocity of Mercury, the orbital velocity. So that's quite amazing just to save fuel. And it needs 8 years to do that. So it's amazing. Okay. I think once it stopped, here you can see you want to stop. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Now, as on the way there, it hits the third flyby of Mercury. The spacecraft, you can see some portion of the spacecraft here, and it hit Mercury in the background right here. Now hit my image here. Now, if you look carefully, you can see the details here. You see these ray craters there. Okay, this is the same feature as my image right over here. Here, hit the messenger simulator image is right here. So at this resolution, it's equivalent to the amateur's telescope at this distance. And it's quite amazing that whatever you see here, it can capture in the amateur's scope, like the 10-inch. So that's remarkably, it's quite amazing that at this distance, whatever you see here, it can capture in the amateur telescope. Now, same thing with this one here. Yeah, as you see here, this is the last, I think this is the last flyby of Mercury. And it flew over the North Selective region, the North Pole of Mercury, and looking down from above, and you can see here this detail here, the bright and dark here. And compared with my images, I captured the same thing here. The dark here, the Ramador crater, the double floor crater, and the bright spot here. I forgot the name. Natural faculty or whatever. Yeah. Not their faculty. Very poor pronouncing name. So anyway, so it captured the same feature as in my image. So that's quite accomplishing. Even though at this resolution here. Yeah. So that's quite amazing here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Here's the final mention. It's a final mention. The ALPO Mercury session will continue to collect observation. How many injected ray craters worldwide can be seen in amateur telescope to demonstrate that? So there's more work to do. What are the ray craters? So I just demonstrated that. And so far, most of the ray craters are visible from Earth. So I would say the majority of the ray craters. I would say more work is needed. Okay, so that's it, folks. So I hope we get more observation of the ray craters in the future. Yeah, that's it. That's it, though.
Thank you, Frank.
Yeah, I just have something to add. It seems like Frank and I are the only observers in the United States imaging Mercury.
Yeah, just about, yes.
So we need more Mercury observers.
Yeah. Well, we have one observer, Tim Wilson from Jefferson City in Missouri. So he's like on and off. But between me and you, we observe Mercury constantly.
Yeah.
Almost every morning apparitions or something like that.
And then
that's quite amazing.
And I always get an email from General Melillo. I'm called to duty. Mercury will be up.
Oh yeah.
I love it. So I'm called to duty to image Mercury. So
yeah. Now I just tell you, there's another opportunity coming up. Mercury now is going through the inferior conjunction this coming week. So sometime in August. So we'll be very it would be the good opportunity now in the morning sky to capture those details that I would just show you. Not just to follow up, probably we'll capture more detail that we haven't seen it before or what. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's It's believe it or not, it's you think it's not to observe Mercury on Mercury, but I just show you there's always something to see there if you do it right then. If you have the right techniques, it demonstrated that they are something to see on Mercury compared to other planets.
Yep. Richard, you have a question? Unmute yourself.
Frank, now the photometric characteristics of the rayed craters on the moon are well known. You'll see them best at full phase, right?
Yeah.
I guess two questions. One of them is the Mercury craters. Are they best seen at full phase? I know you showed an image when Mercury was nearly full phase.
Yes.
And so.
Yeah, well, yes, I would say like between half and nearly the full phase because Mercury's exposed so much to the surface than when it's crescent. At a certain angle, they got a very poor contrast there. But I always find it amazing between half and gibbous and nearly full.
Gibbous.
Yes. Yes.
And the other question is just a general question to anybody. What causes the rayed craters on the moon? Is it, I don't know.
Well, Mercury very high orbit velocity. So with an impact, bang, like that, very impact, it's very intense because it's a high speed. Now, why it's so bright? It's due because it's relatively younger than the surrounding area, and it's a space weathering, less space weathering effect.
Okay.
So, yeah. So now compared to the moon, of course, the moon is much further away from the sun, and it does have a space weathering effect, but it's not as intense as Mercury.
Right.
That's why you see more ray craters there, and of course, it has no erosion there, so. Yeah, well, I'm talking about like an atmosphere, but it has erosion from the solar winds, and space radiation, but it takes numbers of years over time to have show some effect on the surface.
Great.
Thank you, Frank.
All right, anybody else? All right, I have a favor to ask. Will everybody turn their camera on? Because I want to take a screenshot of everybody's handsome face. All right. Hey, Roger, how you doing? Carl. This is like the starting of the Brady Bunch. Wait a minute.
I want to show you my shirt. It says Peach State Stargaze 1997.
Damn, you're old. All right. All right, let me take a screenshot here. Everybody smile. Richard. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, let me take another one.
All right.
And one more. Cool.
Okay, that's going to be on the front page on the journal or what?
Yeah, maybe.
Did
Yeah,
have
all right.
one more quick question for Frank.
Yeah, Rich.
You're taking great images. I really congratulate you. Have you thought about using a polarizer to take these images and see, are these rayed craters getting dimmer at certain phase polarization orientations and others?
Fortunately, I don't have a polarized filter. I know that they do have it out somewhere. No, but that's an idea, whether it's a polarizer or what. I'm not sure if it have some kind of polarized effect if you use the filter.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe on
Richard,
the moon, I don't know.
Does
maybe
polarization affect the brightness of rays on the moon?
That would be an interesting question. That ran through my mind just now, Roger. And it would be a Wayne Bailey question. I think he's going to be here if he's not on this
right now, Richard.
There you go, Wayne. Okay, very good.
Yeah, it does, Roger. The rays do show up in the polarization images. I can't speak for Mercury. Haven't tried Mercury.
Well, okay.
The moon they
you-
do.
you- yeah, the moon. Yeah, go ahead.
That's about all I had to say. So,
Well, thank you, Wayne.
Yeah. I don't know. The polarized filter. It's hard to see visually if you use visually, but the camera shows more. The image, taking the image, it shows more. I let you do the experiment. If you take images with the polarized filter, then one shot, and then another shot, you rotate the camera maybe 90 degrees
Yeah,
angle,
so you just
rotation of camera.
rotate
Yeah,
the color
to
side.
see if there's any change. That's an idea.
Yeah.
To see
You don't
if
need
there's
to
any.
there are
rotate the camera.
polarization cameras. There are polarization cameras that take all four polarizations simultaneously. I'll be talking about one later tomorrow.
Oh, good.
Great. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here today. During the last presentation, I was able to send out the invite for tomorrow. So
Good.
you should have that waiting in your mailbox. I really want to thank all the presenters today for staying on time. I think back to when the first couple years we did this, it was like herding cats, and now everybody can do Zoom themselves. It's kind of nice, but you all stayed on task, and it was very good. I really appreciate it. It makes my job a lot easier on this side. And I also want to thank everybody on YouTube. We were up to about 15 people at one point on YouTube watching. We're down to 9 right now, but I really want to thank everybody over there as well. So that'll do it for today. I want to thank everybody for showing up, and we'll see you tomorrow. And those board members and staff members, you should have the invite for the board meeting in a couple hours.
That's
in your
7 o'clock,
mailbox.
right?
At
Oh, okay.